What's going on, guys? It's your man's Harry Billion. I'm here live on TLP Live. I am going to be watching the game with you, and we're going to be live critiquing the game. We're going to be talking about is Colorado capable of being here? If you watched TLP Live earlier today, we basically talked about it. It's TLP. It's Colorado Coach Prime. The proclamation for Coach Prime to get to this stage. We're going to watch this game and we're going to talk about can Colorado get here? And if we got there, can we even compete with any of these teams? Well, I'm going to have a couple of guys on the panel tonight, and we're going to live critique the game. We're going to look at every single position. We're going to look at every position. So I'm not about to start naming positions. Everything. We're going to critique and talk about everything. We're going to talk some trash. We're going to go at it tonight. So that's what we're going to do tonight. So hopefully, you know what I'm saying, our conversation with TLP Live tomorrow will be interesting because nobody believed that we can get here. So, and I just want to let y'all know it's going to be first come, first serve. Welcome to my basement. Can we get here? And if we get here, how are we going to do when we get here? Ray Burton, what up with you, Phil? Phil, what up? So I invited a handful of guys, and they're going to come on here and we're going to talk our talk. Because if we're going to make it, Colorado, I don't see like these teams are are unbeatable. You know what I'm saying? These teams are not unbeatable. And if anybody thinks that these teams are unbeatable, I think they're sadly mistaken. Because how can Coach Prime want to get here? How can Coach Prime want to get here, but then he gets there and can't compete? Ken B, what's up with you, man? Ken B, this is where we're gonna critique the game live. This is our opportunity before before the 2024 season starts. This is where we get to talk trash and talk smack live. Look at the cornerback play, look at the wide receiver play, the quarterback play, compare to Shador, compare them to Travis, Cooper. Basically, compare to every single piece that we're getting. The two DJs that we're getting, DJ McKinney, DJ Lundy. We're gonna do that today. Let's see. Yo, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I built it myself. This is a YouTube basement. this is a COVID-19 YouTube basement. So my TV is right here. I got another one back there. I just want to be closer to the door. So kickoff starts at in 7 minutes, about 8 minutes. So guys, welcome to the live stream where we get to talk smack. I got a couple of people coming on tonight. Most of the guys that I invited a few people. Most of the guys that come on here on TLP Live are known, or at least live. Let's listen to the national anthem. What's up, Phil, man? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well, man. Yourself?
Hold up. I have my headset on. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. Yourself?
All is well, man. Let's talk a lot of junk tonight. and you can be the resident hater if you want to play that role tonight.
So normally, I try to say voice of reason, but I'll be the hater tonight. That way I can really,
No, I want you to hate
give
tonight.
it to
Forget
you.
about all that reasoning stuff. I want you to straight up cold blooded hate tonight.
All right, then I'm gonna have a beer while I watch the game. So yeah, I think that'll be easy.
Yes, sir. I got water. I'm still a little under getting over the weather, so I got water, so I'm ready. I want you
Did
to
you
cold blooded hate. I want you to like straight up hate to the point where CU fans hate you. Like that's because I
Oh
want
man, don't have me looking like Skip out here now.
well, I mean, I want you to. Hey, Peter Investor, what's up, man? I want you to give me some real life data. Use for data. You feel me? I
Hmm.
can't get useful data by just having yes men. You feel me?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
need
that's
use.
true. That's true.
Yeah, I need useful data. I can handle all the hate. Don't worry. This is my channel, so the hate. You're my guest, so they'll take all the hate out on me. Don't worry about it.
Cool, cool, cool. Then I can handle that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
got
I
my
need,
laptop pulled up and everything, so I'm gonna try to
man.
make sure I get you some good information.
Yes, sir. I need some good information. I got a little bit more information that on that DJ McKinney kid.
Hmm.
Apparently, he's pretty nice. DJ McKinney seems like because he Travis Hunter his PFF or P whatever that grade is. He had
Hmm.
a
Pro Football
74.
Focus.
Okay, yeah, football focus score. He had a 70, either a 78 or 74 or 78 for the season. And DJ McKinney had a 71 for 23.
That's not too bad. Yeah.
Yeah, if our best player, who's an All American, who was pretty much hurt half of the season,
Hmm.
if he's got a 70 something, I believe, yeah, I think if you're in the 70 percentile, you're doing pretty well.
Yeah,
So
it's
that's
definitely in the right
information that we didn't
direction. I
have
think.
today.
Yeah, I think
Or
Coach Lowry was saying like 90. Like if you're 90, like you're, what I'm saying, all American superstar type situation. So yeah,
yeah,
70
but I
is in
don't
the
think
right
I don't think coach
direction.
is looking for 90s though. 90s, if we get a 90, that's good. But I think if we get something like a 70 something, that's what Tyler Perry. Where did Tyler Perry come from? That's what Travis Hunter. That's what Travis Hunter gave us this year. Oh yeah, we did have that information. So his coverage is what 70.2.
Hmm.
So
But
so
he
that
also
that
didn't play a lot of games either, though. So like, what I'm saying, it's just a unique situation as far as what each play had going on.
hmm
And I wonder, I don't know what their defensive scheme is at Oklahoma State, but depending on if they run a lot of man coverage, if you're on an island out there by yourself, that's pretty good because it's easy to get burnt out there.
that's what I'm saying. So I don't know. We might have to take a second look at DJ McKinney tomorrow because I'm not sure if we did him justice because I think we kind of just wrote him off and say he may not be plug and play. But from what I gathered from after I left the show and I watched a little bit more, he's pretty much he could beat that second guy next to Travis. At least the closest piece based on the data, he would be the closest piece based on the data because
And I
everybody
know
else
you
is
got to go
falling
off the
into
data.
this, huh?
I know you're trying to go off the data, and I think that makes sense. But if I'm gonna be honest with you, if Carmani and Travis are not starting week one out, beside each other, that's a problem for me because you're supposed to have Travis Hunter. We all know this probably
Wait,
gonna
are
be
you
his
are you into
last
your
year.
hate mode yet? Because I want to know. Because I want to know where you're coming from. Are you
It's
is hate
I wouldn't
activated
necessarily
yet?
classify it. I wouldn't classify it as hate, but I'm just
Oh, okay.
keeping it real. If
Okay,
Carmani
keep it
ain't
all the way
starting,
funky for me.
okay. If Carmani ain't starting, then he might as well just go on the transfer because this supposed to be no fly zone, right? You know what I'm saying? So either you're gonna throw it on Travis' side, nah, you ain't gonna do that, or you're gonna try to throw it on Kamani's side, nah, you ain't gonna do that because you know it's gonna get shut down. So that's why you gotta start throwing everything over the middle. So that's when
But
them
I but
linebackers
no,
gonna
but
have to
Cormani's
eat.
not ready for no fly yet though.
Then that. whose fault is that? I know Coach Prime was going after him and saying, well, if
Ain't
he not
nobody's fault.
studying and all
It
that kind of
we
stuff, but
just
you gotta coach him up. You gotta coach
no,
him
no,
up.
no, no, no.
You
But
can't.
I look at it like this. Let's just say we still credit him as a freshman, right? He has 1 year under
Mhm.
his belt. He didn't really play all of the games, so we can't no fly him yet. I
Bro,
don't think he's ready for no fly. I would say year number 3 he comes in no fly. What do you think?
by then it would have been a waste of his talent because Travis is going to be
How?
gone. Because you're supposed to have two legit shutdown corners, and one of them can't get on the field because he's not doing what he needs to do. That's a problem. Coach gonna have to handle that. You're gonna have to handle that because
We gotta dig into your you gotta
I don't
dig into
think
that your
anybody
train of
else
thought, man.
anybody I don't think there's anybody else on that team that has the raw talent that Carmani has.
But I think no, if we look at DJ McKinney a little closer, I think he may be the closest thing to that raw talent we're talking about. I'm telling you, we got to take
He,
another look, man. I took
you,
a little bit closer look, and I watched some stuff about him, and he might be closer. He might be closer than we think.
and you know what?
So we all
And
are you? So wait, hey, Phil, you're what division are you? Would you be even though your division, your SEC is not in? What we're Pac-12, so we're Washington all the way.
yeah,
Are you
I'm rooting
choosing
for
sides?
Washington. I'm rooting for Washington all the way, man. Look at that quarterback.
Oh, okay, all right, cool. So if you guys watching, what are y'all who you're rooting for? Ron, Kim B, Peter
I
Investor,
see I see
Viral
Viral
Authority says
Authority.
money line is Washington. So okay,
No. I think
are
that's
your
what he's saying.
screens
He's
split?
picking.
My telecast is traditional
It,
telecast on ESPN.
yeah, I'm watching ESPN. Sometimes I like to watch the ESPN2 with Pat McAfee, but if I'm gonna be on the live with you, I ain't gonna be able to hear what they're saying no way, so it really don't matter. So
Well,
I would
I'm
just
watching
watch
it
the
on the
regular
app, but
telecast.
I have this split screen thing going on. Are your screens split or
Oh,
no?
you're probably doing it. Yeah, if you're probably looking at the ESPN Plus selection.
I'm
So
watching it
if you
through
look
the
at
Roku app. Oh, this is
okay,
ESPN
so
three. Hold on, it says ESPN
that's
three.
why
Wait a minute.
that's why.
So I need to get off of there and go to ESPN one.
Yeah, just go to ESPN 1.
Okay, let me go. Let me go to ESPN one because I don't want
Got
no
some
frill.
got some breaking news real quick, not related to Colorado, but Alabama's defensive coordinator Kevin Steele says he plans to retire from coaching.
Oh, where?
So yeah, and this was his first year at Bama, and he had them boys turned around, but I guess he about to call it quits.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah,
So
so I'm
what
wondering
am I
who.
supposed to be looking for? I see ESPN two.
Just
Where's
go
the
to the
other?
regular ESPN.
Yeah, but this is like I go on the app and then the options are I see ESPN two and I see ESPN three. Let me see. Is there an
I don't know. It's strange.
ESPN Deportes? What is going on with this? What is this stuff? Come on, man. I see
I
ESPN
would
Plus. Should I hit the plus?
I would say for now, go ahead and just put it on the game however you can, and then when it goes to the first commercial, then try to
Okay.
figure it out because I don't want you to miss anything because the game
Okay.
the game has already started.
Okay. ESPN. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Oh, ESPN Plus. What is like? Why would I not just get ESPN regular? Ah, that's weird. That's some weird stuff. Anyways. All right. So yeah, I know, Micah. It's on the other TV, but I'm trying to stream down here. I don't want to go into the living room. All right. So where we going? Where's the ESPN? Okay, let's go back to the home. They kicked off yet? Did I miss it yet?
Yeah. Michigan just got a first down.
Okay, let's see if I can get back on here. Yeah, the whole the the waste their talent situation that you just talked about, I'm like, wait a minute, how they wasting
Well,
talent here?
and I say that just for the fact that this is going to be Travis's last year. He's going to the league, and you don't want to have two guys that are supposed to be like generational talents not see the field together, because then I think your team is not going to reach their full potential. Now I understand you got to start whoever's doing right in practice, and you feel you can trust, but at the same time you have to find a way to get Carmani on the fast track to being that starter.
Mm.
Because and nowadays, with the transfer portal, it's hard to see guys say, "All right, I didn't come in and do what I wanted to my first year. My second year, I should be that guy." And then when you get in your second year, you ain't that guy like that. That third year is kind of your make or break year. So either you're gonna jump ship, what I'm saying, or you're gonna step up. Especially for a 5-star guy like that, top five, top 10 guy in this class.
Okay, I got it now.
Okay.
Here we go. We're going for Washington, Micah. Yes,
And
we're going for the white team. Mm-hmm. We're Pac-12. We're currently Pac-12, so we have to go for. You're not gonna go
and
against
and I'm gonna
this.
tell you, Washington's defense is not very good against the run.
Uh huh.
In Michigan, if they can start moving downhill, it might be a long day.
Mm. I'm mad. My volume button is. I want. I'm looking for. The, Colorado can't play. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Colorado cannot be on this field. If I don't see
I
anything
mean,
that says Colorado can't be on this field, then I'm going to call it.
I don't know how far along you are in the game. It's 11 minutes and 30 seconds right now, and Michigan just got like a 20-yard run.
Okay, yeah,
Just look
I'm
at the
there. I'm
hole
there.
that these guys. Okay, yeah, just look at the hole the guys are able to run through, man. Like, look how these boys getting stood up.
Okay.
We didn't see Colorado stick their nose in and try to find a way to stop the run, man.
So are these boys wearing arm sleeves in the code?
Oh, no, no,
How
no.
many
Neither one
seconds
of
was
these
that? Was that
teams.
3 seconds?
I don't know what play you're on, but
Uh,
I just saw a
10:52.
sack happen.
That's what I'm looking at. I'm live right now. I'm with you.
Okay, okay,
I'm
cool.
on,
So that was a play action situation. So that's a little bit different. That wasn't your pure drop back. Um, but I mean that's a good play on the defensive end there for Washington, number 8.
so I'm looking
And we
for
and
I'm
we
looking
al- we
for
already know what Colorado's left side of that line looked like. So imagine if that was Colorado trying to block that guy.
Oh, that's a big one, boy. He gone. Okay. So you
Okay,
said
so
you said Washington's defense is not that good. That's what you said, right?
their running defense is not good.
Okay,
So
so that was
y-
that
you
was a
know,
run, right?
yeah, 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 yeah. But the crazy thing about the game overall though is if Washington gets behind, they have the firepower to score, but
So their
Michigan
defense
has the
isn't going to be
opportunity
the
to
thing
do
that
this
save
all
them tonight.
game.
It's going to be it's their offense that's going to keep them in the game tonight.
Pretty much, yeah. The defense just got to find a way not to screw it up. They got to find a way to get one or two important stops throughout the game. But we got to see what Michigan's defense is going to do next. Because if they come out here and get a 3-and-out, and Michigan gets the ball back with the momentum, things are gonna start changing in Houston real quick.
Houston may have a problem, right? Yeah.
And actually, they may have a problem because there's like tornado warnings and stuff going on over there. There was water leaking from the stadium during the pregame,
Oh
leaking
wow.
from the roof.
So Okay, so what we're looking at right now, Michigan has the
Mhm.
best defense, so this could be a possible 3-and-out.
I mean, it could be, but I don't know if it's Kellen or Kalen DuBois, the Washington head coach. Listen, man, like when that offense get out there, just look at the way he finds ways to get receivers open. They're gonna have a good offense. Um, it's all about the offensive line. Like I know it's a cliche, but if Penix can get those 3 seconds in the pocket to do what
Hmm.
he needs to do and find somebody, it's gonna be a long day for them too. Um, he's spot on accurate. He knows where to place the ball. But Michigan has some really good corners as well. So it's going to be strength against strength. Michigan got really, really good corners. Washington
Hmm.
has some really good wide receivers. So at this point, how can you scheme and get your guys open? That's going to be the next, level of can Washington be successful?
Okay, so what you see so far, that run, Colorado's 2023 defense definitely would not have been able to stop that because we all this stunk, okay, on the run. But from what I where we've been assessing for the past couple of weeks, I feel like that's not. I'm not seeing anything that is out of worldly in my case. I don't see it, not yet at least.
And I guess you have to kind of think about the talent that these teams are doing it against. So,
Okay.
for example, the way Michigan was able to move Bama's defensive line, and especially how they were able to move their offensive line, lends it to you believe that those teams, excuse me, that Colorado wouldn't have a chance against a Michigan. Because if we're being honest, I mean, let's just be honest. Colorado fans would love to have Alabama's offensive line and defensive line. If you
Okay.
ask any Colorado fan, would you rather switch or keep who you got? They want to switch in a heartbeat. And if they say they don't, they lie.
You know what I'm seeing more so anything than talent. I'm seeing creative coaching.
That's a
I'm
part of it
seeing
as well.
creative play calling.
But real quick though, if you notice that run, the defense stopped it initially, but what happened? The linebackers weren't where they needed to be. They didn't keep containment, and then boom, takes it to the house.
Is it that the linebackers weren't what it needed to be, or the offensive line put them where they needed to be, where they needed them to
You
be?
know, you know what? It's a little bit of both. It's a little
Yeah,
bit of
because
both, but that's why
that's what I
that's
was seeing.
that's why it's so important. But that's why it's so important for you to have those linebackers
Exactly.
to, what I'm saying, be able to read what's
To get
going
off the
on
block,
because
right?
yeah, not just get off the block, but just get to where the run is gonna be. Because there are these drills that linebackers do. They'll have a coach, he's gonna be the offensive guard or the tackle, and based off of how he takes his step back or how he turns, the linebacker should automatically know where the play is going.
Peter Investor said the linebackers were too aggressive, and they give the opportunity for the guy to bounce out. So
Right, they didn't keep containment.
right, but I mean, I will give the credit to that line because if you are able to put your will and take the guys where you need them to go, then guess what? That
Right.
sandwich situation happens. You see what I'm saying? It's
No, you're
like,
right too. That's a part of it.
yeah. So if they do their assignment, then I think the linebackers got sandwiched. This just got put out of place because the line was doing so well. But what I'm seeing so far in Panics is they're fluid. They're not backing down. They didn't come out here to just lay down for this team from Michigan.
Mm-mm, mm-mm.
Okay, so
Now you
all right,
can't.
this is gonna be a good game. This is not gonna be no one-sided TCU Georgia situation.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you, man. I think if Washington can go up by 14, I think it's over with because Washington is going to be able to find a way to put together a long, methodical drive, even if it's through the pass, and they also will be able to keep scoring But with Michigan, if they get up by let's say 10, those big
They
boys
get
start
schooled.
leaning on them. Then yeah, then what they're gonna do is start running the ball with the new clock rules in college.
Well, hold on. Are
The
you
the
attributing
the
that to
the game
coaching?
clock keeps running.
Or you
It's
what are you
coaching.
attributing that to? Not
It's
just talent,
coaching.
right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's coaching, it's talent, it's scheme, it's the makeup of your team, not the character, but the identity of your team. It
Hmm.
all ties in together.
So everything you did during the season, this is what it all boils down to. Like the team that makes the least
Right.
amount of mistakes and the team that does that does their job is going to
Hmm.
win tonight, basically, because it looks like
Right. Because I mean,
these teams are equally matched so far.
right, and that's the point. When it's a game this close, you have to be disciplined. You have to make the right decisions. And guess what? Sometimes as a coach, you're gonna have to know, okay, hey, I need to be a little bit aggressive in this situation. Maybe do a trick play, maybe go for it on 4th and 3, where you might punt it, you know what I'm saying, different things like that. Because it's the last one. You can't, you know what I'm saying, you can't sit on anything. You gotta leave it all out there.
And that's what I was trying to say, because from our conversation today, when we remember when we had the coach on there, and
Hmm.
it was easy for him to say Colorado's going to do well, Colorado's going to make 12.
Right.
So with my, how I be thinking, I'm like, wait, how is this so easy for Colorado to make 12? But yet you were screaming at me, telling me that I was crazy and to even bring up the conversation. So are you thinking that if
So
Coach Prime gets there, you think that Coach Prime wants to just get there to just be a participant? That's not even that's not even his mentality. That's not even his demeanor to get there to be a
it's
participant. If he gets there, you don't think he wants to go higher? And if that's
oh
the
for
case, then
sure.
that means that we're not crazy to even think about it. That means that we need to think about it because how can you scream at me saying I'm crazy for bringing up the conversation, but then it's so easy for you to say he would get there?
So I think there's kind of like two different conversations going on with that situation because I think basically his point was saying that he didn't see or feel confident that Colorado could even hang with these guys. So that's not even a
Right.
conversation that needs to be had. But then his follow up point was that he did feel they were good enough to win the conference. And as you know, all you have to do is win the conference and you automatically are in the 12. So you can be good enough to win a weak conference, but that don't necessarily mean you a top 14 that really has a legit chance. So I think that's
But,
kind of the situation that y'all were in.
but the way that I look at it, because I feel like Coach Prime has a lot of experience. Coach Prime has been in
Hmm.
some really big moments, and even in his college coaching, he hasn't really put it all together yet for those celebration bowls. But I feel like if you put him in a situation where there's 12 teams and he's one of those teams, I don't know that he's a first rounder. I think I think he has the fortitude to go through and probably surprise some people. I think to get there is going to be the battle. I don't know that I can easily just say, "Oh yeah, it's going to be that easy to get there." I think to get there is going to be the battle. I think if we get there, I'm confident that we can go a little deeper than just first round. Like the person's going to just dominate us and we're going to be out of there. I don't know that it's going to be that easy to knock us out if we get there.
Right. And I think confidence and that big momentum, you know what I'm saying, that can play a part in it. Uh but I, I'm trying to figure out the right way to put it. I think Colorado will have a chance to win the conference. I honestly do. I just don't think they're there yet, man. I still think they need some, not just dogs, but they need some more depth in all positions. Um,
So we need talent. We need more talent. Is that what it boils
need
down
more.
to? We need more talent.
Yeah, you need more talent, and I'm gonna be, and I'll say this as well. Dion is gonna have to make better decisions in tight situations. And like you mentioned, the Celebration Bowl, I always point out to people like, yeah, he got to him, but he didn't win them. And if we're being completely honest, Jackson State was the superior team talent wise. both games. Yet somehow they end up losing. And one
Well,
of the
I don't
things
know
that
the
did
first
stand
time.
out.
The second time,
Hmm.
did you hear that there were some players missing? And do you know if those players were significant to the team winning or during the season?
Now I know. Okay, so I know the first year they were saying like guys was out partying, weren't taking it serious and stuff like that. But as far as the second year, it was my understanding that everybody was locked in and ready to go. So I did not hear that. But I mean, if they were down some people, then yeah, I mean, that could play a role. But as a coach, your job is to coach them up. So whoever's out there on the field, they got to get the job done,
Yeah, I mean, I
and you
agree.
got to put
If
them
you
in a
get if
position to
you get
do it.
there that if you get that far, then well, I mean, then again, I mean, it does matter if your starters didn't make it, but for the most part, I think they had their starters, if I'm not mistaken.
Hmm.
I think that maybe there were a few role players that needed to maybe that didn't make it, and maybe that has affected them. That affected them, but at the end of the day, I don't know that it makes that big of a deal. So
Hmm.
let's add
Yeah,
Yardman
it
to
looks
this
like.
conversation.
Hey, God bless, bro. God bless, man. Phil, what's
Yard,
up, my man?
I,
Yardman, what's up, man?
hey, what's going
Man, what's
on?
good, man? Let me turn this TV down, man.
We're talking smack tonight. We're comparing Colorado to these two teams.
Yeah.
I need raw data, so y'all can be as brutal tonight as you want to. I don't care. Talk all
Hey,
your
man.
smack tonight.
Hey, Harry, you know me, bro. I'll go in hard, but no, Phil got some great points, man. To where
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
looking at these two teams, you know, like Harry, you were saying, man, I don't see where they're so far ahead. But first you have to look up, just from our organizational standpoint, how these two teams are constructed, how the coaches go about. If you look at the Michigan team, whenever Washington has the ball, the D line is communicating, linebackers communicating, hey, pointing out a receiver who's going across, so on and so forth. So from a coaching standpoint, man, these teams are ready. These teams not only talk it, but these teams also walk it. And it shows because coaching matters. I heard you said Prime has a lot of experience, but Prime has experience playing. When it comes to coaching, you have to
Well,
be
Prime
good at the
Prime has
X's and
been at this
O's.
level. Prime has
Yeah.
been at this level twice already. So that's pretty that's a lot of experience to be there
Well,
twice.
no, I wouldn't say that, Harry, because guess what? At JSU, you know, he had the better talent. But when he came to those big bowl games, he still got old coach. So in terms of in
But I mean,
terms
but
of
you can't say that the experience in there because he got out coached. That's experience. Being out coached is an
yeah, that
experience too.
yeah, I mean, there's an easy slogan. You gotta be an amateur before you be a pro.
Exactly.
Hmm.
And right now, right now, hey, it might ruffle feathers. Prom is an amateur right now. When you're
Well, I mean, but
looking at
that's not anything bad because
no, no,
if
no, no,
you
no.
look at it, he's what three? This is year number 4, right?
Oh
We just
yeah, but
we just finished
he
year
will
number
only
4.
get
So
better.
yeah,
But the thing is, Harry, what I like with you, Phil, and there's a couple more guys. You guys understand the process. A lot of CU fans, if I said, man, Prom is an amateur, then they would literally go AWOL and not understanding why we say, Prom is like in his amateur phase right now. They would just literally just pick it up and just start saying, "Oh my God," you know what I mean, Phil? But they're not
oh
understanding
man,
that.
if he could have cut that outside. All
Yeah,
right, so is Michigan's defense in the red zone? How's their defense in the red zone? Not yeah,
Michigan
Their defense in the
is a
red
good
zone is
red
pretty
zone
good. They're
defense.
stout. They're stout.
The only thing is Washington is very creative. The
Exactly.
coach get his
Very creative.
team. Yeah, he gets his team in positions, to make plays, to get the ball. He's not one
who's
dimensional. He's gonna
who's
run a lot of
25? Is that a
stunts.
linebacker? Is 25 a linebacker
Yeah, that's
for
a
Michigan?
linebacker.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
That's touchdown. Oh!
yeah. But I know you asked a big question, Harry. If I mean, if you get to the stage, you can play on the stage. The
Right.
biggest thing is going to be, can Coach Prime construct a team to get to the stage and not just focus on, the skill players only? That's going to be the biggest question, because to me, Harry and Phil, I mean, you can, shoot it down. To me, how he's constructing the team this year, it more looks like a reset than a building and getting better to me. Because to me,
It
I
looks like a
think
what?
it more looks like a reset, Harry,
What do you
than
mean?
say, hey, the team is moving forward. Based on the pieces he's bringing in. Like the main focus should have been, like you said, trenches linebackers. That's it.
Hmm.
So
That should have
what
been
do
the
you see
main
though? I
focus.
thought that's what we're
Trenches
seeing. That's not what you
linebackers.
see. That's not what you're seeing.
Well, I mean, you're still bringing in receivers. I know you need more receivers. I mean, the corners you have, yeah, you might need another help, but you didn't need like three more corners, four more corners.
No,
Your
we need to
your
put
your
more corners because
main
we don't have another corner. We don't have another corner that can play at the level that Travis Hunter is playing at. So we obviously needed another corner.
well,
Hey,
the
can
thing
can
is,
I make this
Harry.
statement real quick? Can
Yeah,
I make
go
a
ahead, Phil.
quick statement? So
Yeah,
I think I get. I think I understand the point that you're making about the reset instead of a rebuild because, like, or adding on because it's almost like he's bringing in a whole new team with the positions that he's looking at. Usually, when you have a really good team, they can go into the portal and kind of cherry pick. Okay, I need
here you
a
go.
linebacker. I need a
Right,
cornerback. Boom, I can get that. Boom. I can just go in and get those one or two little situations that I need to get situated and I'm good. Whereas right now, it's almost like saying like what I did last year wasn't good enough. I gotta bring in
here
a
you
whole new
go.
crop of guys and I'm gonna let the war of attrition happen and we're gonna weed out the wheat. And whoever make it out the
Right,
spring, that's how what is it, the 40 Ronin or whatever that we riding with whoever we got, and that's it.
But
right,
but you say
right.
if you say whatever I did last year wasn't good enough, what wasn't that everybody's uh isn't that what everybody was screaming? Oh, the old line sucks. The old line sucks.
Well, you know what, Harry? And I'm gonna jump in on the O line because I've never coached football. I've trained football players here and there, like receivers, work on footwork speed. My specialty is soccer and track and field. And when I just got into soccer and started building a team, what I did was I played within the strengths of the team and not what the rest of the teams who were more seasoned, coaches more seasonal, had a team established going on, they could plug and play. What I did was I played within the strengths of the team. Looking at CU linemen were not ready for 90% passing plays. At least no lineman in college football can go 90% passing plays and be successful. It is totally almost impossible. Not in the NFL, you can go 90% passing plays. To me,
Hmm.
CU did not play within the strengths of what they had. You have to know your personnel, know that your personnel is not going to hold up, with certain situations, and just play within the strengths of the team. If you notice, the last game with no Shador, the O line played a whole different ball game. So if you had
They
put those
did.
linemen in run block position, you probably would have seen a better O line because the O line wasn't all freshmen. Some of these guys came from Kent State, who literally ran the ball most, and then running the ball set up the play from Kent State. So these guys were not green.
Yo,
But
Penix
to
is
me,
Pen, Penix
yeah,
is
go
a
ahead.
is a pocket. He's a pocket quarterback. If that dude steps up, he can score. He can walk into
Yes,
the end zone.
yeah.
Yeah, I
This is
mean
the
he
stuff
had him. That was just a bad pass.
I could. This is what I'll be screaming at Shador about. If he
Shador
steps
goes backward.
if he steps inside that pocket, he got a little bit more time. Like look at the play. It was like the last second that he steps up right there. Look how much room he had in there.
Yeah, Shador goes backward and turns around. Shador got a lot of. He's got holes in his game, Harry, and he's a
But
good quarterback.
I
but
think they're
he
gonna
needs to
fix some
get
of those
better.
things. I think let me bring DC on. DC, welcome to the show, man. Welcome to the trash talk night. We talking our trash tonight. We're comparing.
What's up, everybody? How you doing?
DC,
Yeah,
what's
I'm
good,
good. I'm
bro? I've
good.
been
I'm
listening
good.
in for in the last couple of weeks, man. I see you, bro.
Nobody's watching tonight, DC. So we can talk. We can be
Oh,
as bad as we want to be.
appreciate that, bro.
We
Appreciate that, bro.
Hey,
I'm
man.
sorry. Hey, I'm sorry I couldn't call in today, but I was taking my daughter to this disgusting school she decided to go to college at, which absolutely
Uh-oh.
infuriates me. Okay, basic. I'm a Bama
that
fan. My daughter goes to Auburn, and
Oh
Auburn
wow.
gave
that
her a
school up
scholarship,
north.
and I was like, no, yeah, I was like, no, no, Auburn cannot give you a scholarship. And I'm because of course I'm gonna say, well, I don't like Auburn as a Bama fan, but I'm gonna take this money. So I drive that.
Right.
I'm driving past the
Yeah,
practice
right, Mr.
field, and
Retired
I'm
at
like,
50.
yeah, and I'm giving them the middle finger at the practice field and the big AU on the stadium and dropping her off, and I'm like, but it's still all good, man. Great show this afternoon. I'm watching this game and I'm noticing something. Washington is trying to attack that perimeter because that middle man, they are playing. I'm gonna tell you something I'm noticing about this game. It's just and I've been listening to the show. Is how these teams are coached up in the scheming and the
Yes,
chess
sir.
playing that's going on. And when I
Mhm.
compare that to Colorado, I sit back and say, like you were saying with Colorado, like Harry, you were talking earlier today about Colorado in the game. I say back that up because I think Colorado doesn't have the depth to get here. That's the issue. It's not the point is that starters are going to be able to pretty much play with anybody. But when you're talking about going 14 games to get to this, that's a lot of wear and
Mhm.
tear on your team. And you got to have that bench. So that's kind of what I'm looking at the stuff on the field and looking at the placement of people. I mean, Michigan's defense is set up perfectly. It's almost like they have filled holes and they are almost just like you're gonna have to beat us on this end, but yet we still have the on the edges, but we still got the speed on the edges.
So you're saying talent wise, we can match teams, but the deeper into the season we go, we're gonna be depleted.
Yeah. So for example, you take a team like let's say Troy. Troy is able University, and it's in Alabama. Troy is was always a nemesis to people because the first games they will be able because they've beaten LSU. Because near the beginning of the season when everybody is fresh, their starting 22 could match up. But what happens over the season is that the drop off between the ones and twos was so big
Mhm.
that they just didn't have the depth. And that's what you start seeing with these elite teams like top eight, top 10. Like they've got like second strings that are comparable to the first strings and the third strings that aren't that huge of a drop off. Where when you start getting to other schools, like your, let's say, like
Hmm.
what we talked about, like a Kent State or like a Middle Tennessee State, which is great in FCS and can match up at the beginning of the year, or like your App States who used to come out and beat people. They were good that beat Michigan. Near the beginning of the year, they're good, or unless it's a trap game. But as the season goes in, you don't people aren't at 100%. I mean, think about it. That you notice that over the when you start looking at some of those, let's say not Power Five schools, that there start to be a drop off once they start losing it. And if they lose a key player, then it's a wrap.
Hmm. So
So and then I'm gonna say something like this is that we have to ask that question, but we don't. Some things we don't know is looking at what we're looking at now between Michigan's coaching staff and with Washington's coaching staff. How to see you stack up against those?
how? Yeah, that's a good question. How are we stacked up on the coaching? Because you know what I'm looking at? I'm looking at disciplined football. This is
Yeah.
almost like poetry
Yeah.
in motion right here.
It's
I have
only been one
I have
penalty
not
so
seen
far.
this much discipline. It's like everybody's doing their job. I'm
It,
not
it can't
seeing
be
that
me
much.
ball.
Uh-oh.
Your walkthrough? Like, are you in a point where does your player know where they're supposed to be and anticipate that they that's what you're seeing right now to me is people doing film study like
How,
that
how
like
long
that.
how long has each team been together, their core team? How long have they been together?
So Michigan in the last 2 years they've only lost 2 games, and they didn't lose any games this year. And Michigan, this is kind of like their last hurrah with their core. But I think
Uh-huh.
McCarthy is going to be able to come back. They're starting quarterback, but I think some of their key players on both sides of the ball are going to be leaving this year, or at the
So
very least have an opportunity to leave.
so on each team, how much how much movement do they get, like, or have they had in the portal?
So with a team
I
like
think,
Michigan
yeah,
and a
go ahead.
team like Washington, it's a lot of times it's like that cherry pick. Okay, I need this position, I need that position. I go in and do that. They don't have to try to add so many pieces, um, to their team through the portal. It's not a
So
necessity, so to speak.
okay, so with uh-oh. That's the same dude?
It is, and you are ahead of me, so I know something happened.
That's touchdown.
Look at that jump! Look at that jump cut, man. I
Yo, that's
mean,
touch.
and
That's they just got another running touchdown. Donovan Edwards.
Yeah. Hey,
yeah, they
Harry, Phil.
yeah
But
yeah
here,
Hey, Harry, Phil.
but
Phil was telling you about how the better teams in the portal, how they go about their business. You see, Colorado is trying to build a team through the portal, and that's going to be very tough. You have to
Well,
make
Colorado doesn't
sure.
have an option though. They don't have any other choice. We don't. We
Well,
don't have. We
well,
don't have a
isn't
choice.
Coach Prime supposed to be this top recruiter?
But what do you mean recruiting? But so let's break it down so so
Yeah.
people can understand what recruiting means in football today.
Well, Harry, let
Recruiting
me
recruiting
is
only had you only have two options. You have high school
uh-huh.
and then you have portal. That's it. There's no
Okay.
where else do you get players?
And he's done either neither neither nor this year.
What are you talking
Six
about?
high school six high school players is not recruiting, Harry. You cannot
I
have
agree on that.
sustainability with six high school players. Your core of the team, whether these guys leave after a year or not, you can't recruit or coach scared. You have to have a big nucleus of good high school players. Then the portal, you are going in to get a couple players here and there. But say you're going into the portal for 20, 25 players every year, you
But you
don't
got
have
but
sustainability in your program
you
that
gotta
way.
understand his recruiting scheme. He's not recruiting high school players 40%. He's only good
Well,
getting 20% recruiting from high school.
Well, I'll tell you what, this 40-40-20 high school players, if you are a CU fan, you might want to find another team because 40-40-20 high school players is not going to cut it. Because Coach
What are
Prime,
you
for one,
talking
is
about?
not
John
Harry.
Man, what are you
He's
talking about
not
on another team?
Harry. Coach Prime is not getting the top echelon of the portal players. He's getting middle to average and sometimes one good player. Look at the roster he's bringing in. There's probably two players who you could say, yeah, but the rest are mid-average grade. You cannot
But
build a team with
you're not
mid-average grade.
looking at the data though. You're not looking at the data. The data
The
you're looking
data.
at the data you're looking at is an opinion data. That's not the real data you're talking about. The real data says that he is getting the best out of the portal and he's ranked number
No,
two.
he's not. You hear he's got 19 players and
20,
what?
actually 20 from
Ole
JJ
Miss got
McCartney.
12. Ole Miss with 12 players, Harry, and Ole Miss still graded higher. How can he doing the right thing? No, he's not.
That's why he's ranked number two
So
because of Ole Miss. So what do you
Harry, let me.
mean?
Well,
He's ranked
here,
number two
I'll
because
ask
of
you
Ole
this.
Miss.
So, but Harry, I would say this is that like I heard Coach K say this that the data I agree with data, but data can be misleading. Like so for example, looking at how players are ranked in the portal, and then how you are as a team when you get players out the portal. Portal higher rankings is not just based upon let's say the number like a coach Mike Lauer was talking about, like, they got to be an 86 or better. It's not just that number; it's also the number of people. So if you go out and get 30 people out of the portal, because think about this, that I think Alabama is like 40 or 50 something in the portal. Are we going to sit here and say that, okay, well, the portal is an indicator of how great your team will be? The second
Not
thing I'm on it, because
okay.
those teams like Georgia, and they're down there. So, and then the other thing I would ask is that, okay, so if I'm a top elite player, when have you heard a top elite player say, you know what? I know Bama's calling me, I know Georgia's calling me, or Michigan or Washington or whatever. I'm gonna go to Pitt. I'm gonna go to Houston. I'm gonna go to FIU. I'm gonna do.
Well, that was
That's
third
not
and
generally
five.
how
Come
it
on, bro.
works.
How they throwing the ball under for third and five? What we doing here? Are they trying to win or are they trying to just be a part of this thing?
He cut the route a little too flat. He should have let himself go a little bit further towards the flag instead of coming back down towards the line of scrimmage. That was a bad route. But Penix also kind of threw it behind him a little bit. You see how he had to turn more towards the right. He
Yeah.
should have had it more towards the outside. But now,
Hey, can I
but
look?
that's a
Hey,
good
hey,
point
Harry, can I say something real quick?
about how the rankings stack up.
Go ahead.
Right, but here's the thing. I'm gonna sit here and say this, okay? And I know you said this earlier, folks. Look, if you are the football guru, there's clearly the Harry Poster doggone call in. So to sit here and be a person that kind of sits back and nitpicks what people say, that right there, come on now. I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of getting old where we're having a conversation and folks are having these conversations that are turning into an altercation. When you talk about, like, nobody said that Coach Prime was an amateur. Nobody's saying that Colorado is not good. But at the end of the day,
Yard man
is
said he was an amateur.
okay. I,
No, not he
well,
was
Yard
in a
Man may
literal.
say he's. I
Oh
get
man,
that,
this
but
game is over, bro.
But see, Harry, do you see how we're talking about that? And part of that, I also me joking a little bit, but I'm gonna say that it's that this is what we're talking about. Well, like you see, dude just running all over the place. That's what even Matt McChesney was talking about, how that he had trained a couple of the Michigan linemen, and that how they can just lean on you and run. This is the critical thing. Alfaru was talking about that today. When you can like when people sit back and say, "Well, the ref stole the game from Utah," I would say you looked at that game. That there's some truth in that. That Travis did not step out of bounds. But my thing is, you probably looked at the game to see where Colorado could have won, and versus looking at it for exactly what it is, or how they can lose, but how you can lose when a
Mhm.
team can run on you. Because Utah had a very vanilla offense. They weren't trying to do anything spectacular. There was nothing really tricky. It was just very vanilla. And the point being, folks, is that this is what happens when a team can run the ball down your throat. So you can sit there and say, well, hey, you got 19 players out of the portal. How many of them were offense? And how many of them more defense? Because you knew your defense was basically like a freaking piece of Swiss cheese last year. So can you go into a place like Arizona who can pound it down your throat, like Oklahoma State, which is bringing back some good players, though they don't have a good defense. And if you think about it, like I think Kansas State is bringing back one of the teams is bringing. I think it's Kansas State, their entire line, or no, it's Oklahoma State that's bringing it back, their entire line. So when a ball and they got a running back who's got over 2,000 yards all purpose for the year. So when you
Yeah,
got
Ollie
teams that
Gordon.
can run it down, yeah, when they can run it down your throat, it Shadur can't do Tupac Shadur can't do nothing when he's sitting on the bench. Nothing. And that's what it is that the time eaters. And so when you look at a team like Michigan, where not only are they running it, they're controlling that clock. If you're sitting on the
Hmm.
bench, you can't score.
And guess what? And guess what? When you can run the ball, McCarthy is he'll count the ball up every now and then. But guess what? He ain't got to worry about doing it because when you getting 5, 7 yards a clip when you running the ball, What's the point of
bro.
passing it?
Five,
What's the
7 yards.
point?
These dudes are
What is
getting
the
15
point?
yards a run. What are you talking about? These
Okay,
dudes
but
are getting
even
like 10,
worse,
15
even
yards
worse.
every freaking run.
But this goes to the daddy ball question, and now I'm finna get to it. Dion got to stop playing daddy ball. I guarantee you, if this will see you right now,
Y'all
they
give it
still
to
be
him
trying
because
to
he
find a
needs to
way to pass
run,
the ball.
bro.
No, they still be trying
Michigan
to
has
find
not
a
even
way
passed
to
the
pass the
ball.
ball.
Have Michigan even passed the ball tonight?
They got a couple of passes off the play action, and that's the thing about it. When you running the ball, you can do that play action, boom, sell the fake, turn around. You're gonna have somebody open deeper. You're gonna drop it off into the flat, but it's gonna be there because they're gonna have to cheat up for that run.
I'm seeing Washington having to cheat up now because the run is working so well. It's almost like this dude's about to have a 500-yard passing night because the run is killing it. So
Man,
now that
yeah.
secondary is going to be dropping. It's going to be coming forward. Second half,
Yeah, yeah.
they're going to move that whole secondary up front.
The defense
Harry.
got to get a stop. They can't. They
Yo,
can't. They can't let them score a touchdown right here. They got to stop.
what's up, DC?
But see, this is the thing of what Phil is right on it, and Yardman bringing up some good thing. And yeah, bro, it's finally good to hear your voice. It's that's that part of it. Is that so? I asked the question. I'm not gonna say daddy ball, but what I am gonna say is the team going to be more of if Colorado gets up, is Colorado going to run the ball, or they still going to throw? Because at the end of the day it's a whole dynamic. It's that again asking that question: is Colorado going to play clock burning, managing the field, dink and dunk with taking your shots when they come to you and having a good balanced attack, or are they going to just be we're going to air it out and we're going to live and die by the pass?
I remember when we had that episode. I think that's my greatest fear. Now people are giving me confidence and say, "Hey man, Coach Brown, he's gonna run." So I gotta be patient and just wait for that. But that feeling is still there. I don't know if they're gonna run. I'm hoping that they do run a lot more. But the only thing is, I don't know. I think they're gonna run, but I don't know that it's gonna be like a Michigan run. I feel like they're gonna run, but
Oh
they're only gonna
no.
run one or two times, maybe in a quarter, and then the rest is gonna be pass, pass, pass. Because what do people always say? Oh, they're always down. They're always down. And I'm like, oh man, is it gonna be that again? Like, oh, we can't. As soon as they get in trouble, oh, how are we gonna pass? How are we gonna pass if we're down? Like right now, if
Hmm.
they were Washington, right? Are you saying that Washington now has to pass the rest of the game because that would be Colorado, right? So that means
Yeah, well,
They're
Colorado
gonna
has to
get
pass
to
for
the
the rest of the
point
time.
where they will have. But you got to also look at the fact that the starting running back came into the game hurt. He was not 100%. So I don't know how
Who
effective their run game is going to be.
who you
Washington,
talking about?
their
Oh, okay.
Washington started running back number 7.
Uh-huh.
Oh god, I think it's something Dylan. But anyway, but with him being injured, that is going to have an effect on their run game. Um, and it could have, affect that pass game as well if he's the type of guy that comes out the backfield, catches the ball in the flat. So um, adjustments gonna have to get made, but this goes back to scheming. When you don't have the guy available, when somebody's down and out, you got to start scheming and put the guys that are on the field in the positions they need to be in to be successful.
So I'm gonna ask this question because I see the thing that people say, well, we're gonna pass to set up the run. What's Schumer's offensive philosophy?
What's whose?
What's
Shermer,
because right
yeah, Shermer
Shermer's
is
an
a
NFL. He's
balance.
an NFL guy. So I
Yeah,
only I only hope that he will come in here and instill some type of NFL scheme. That's my hope.
right. Shermer is a more balanced offensive coordinator. But Harry, this is the big trick. Technically, you can say this is Shador's last year. So
What do you
it's
mean
prime.
technically? That it is.
I think he's got one more year,
No,
if
he's
I'm not
done.
mistaken.
He's going to his dad
Don't
already
you have a
announced that
don't you have a don't you have a COVID year?
his dad announced that he's leaving.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's why I said technically, but I think he's got a COVID option. But what I'm saying is, with this being Shadur's last year, is Prime willing to say, hey, we have to run a balanced attack, you know, not go 80, 70% passing and say, hey, we're going to focus on winning games and basically not saying, hey, this is the Shadur show. So that's going to be, telling our challenge to see what exactly he's going to do. Because if it's the Shador show, well, it's going to be less run, more passing, and we might be in for a replica of year one. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean
And this is why
that's my fear, but I
this
don't
is
know. I
why
don't think that's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be that.
this is why I'm excited to see what Colorado looks like without Shador in 2 years. Because then I think you're going to get to really see who Dion is as a coach, and you also will get a chance to see who Shador is as a player as well, because it'll be their first time really without each other, um, for an extended period of time. Because I think no matter what they do, if they start running the ball a lot more, they say, "Oh, he's just trying to protect him so he can get ready for the NFL." Or if they pass the ball too much, "Oh, he's just trying to pass stats for his son." So it's kind of a lose lose situation. That was a good stop right
So you
there.
think
That
you
was
think
big
Coach Prime
time.
is under some type of pressure? You think he succumbs to pressure?
I don't think he
Yes, he
does,
does.
but I think I don't think he does, but I think for me, I want to see who he is without his son, without his sons there with him, because then we'll get to see who he really is as a coach.
I'll say it from this the standpoint. Y'all man kind of touched on it as well. Is that like when we talk about like the 40-40 20 with I do have to sit back and say if 10, 12 high school kids probably sounds north 6. I do wonder how that works because now is that 20? I mean, if we're doing 40-40-20, 6 doesn't necessarily sound like 20, but again, my math may be off. But point being is that if you're not developing a program, and that means you have to have both because if you live by I put it like this, Harry. I think
Mhm.
my issue, and fellas, I think the issue I have that I have no issues with Coach Prime. I still think he's learning as a coach. There's nothing wrong with that. I think he knows X's and O's, but building and running a program is not the same as X's and O's. There are some other things that are involved in that. Sometimes you get wrong, you guess wrong on your staff, and sometimes you guess wrong on the players that you bring in that may or may not be a fit because the elephant in the room is y'all got to think about it. Some players are in the portal not because they're looking for a place to play, but there was
Mhm.
something that probably having worked at a college on a college campus. Sometimes these kids are asked to go somewhere else because if they don't, there was something pending that was going to get them if they didn't find someplace else to go. Okay, so
Mhm.
that but anyway, I think the thing is that taking in and building the program like the 40-40-20, we're defending it, but we had not but it's not been done, so we can't say hadn't worked. So I'm like, how can we defend something that is not working? I mean, you had the number one portal team last year, and I get it, but that didn't work. It could work but it's not proven. So that's why I would say when people kind of go, I get, saying, well, hey, this is his strategy. Allow it time to go there. But I think a lot of Colorado fans are just I'm ready to be able to talk my smack and walk around and say we doing this
Yeah.
and I'm ready for the success now instead of saying, well, what if it comes at year 4 or 5? And
But
why does it have
I
to
got a
be?
question for y'all. I got a question
Yeah.
for y'all. What um what when you saying you need high school players, what is the difference between a high school player and a second or third year player that has experience? What is the difference?
Well, when you have a guy that is coming in from high school and has an opportunity to be in the program for 2 or 3 years, they become leaders. They become on the field coaches. You look at somebody like Dylan Edwards and Carmoni. Those two guys are part of the first class for CU, um, uh, with Dion, right? So next year, you will hope that they can bring a Jordan Seaton under their wings and some of the other young guys coming in from high school, right? And then when they're in year three, they're cemented in the program and they bought in. And that's, you know, 10, 12, 20 less players that you got to worry about riding so much because they've already bought into the program. They know the process. You ain't kicked them out. So obviously they're doing something right. They haven't left. So clearly they still believe. So, you know, they're a few less players you got to ride all the time. And you can just focus your energy on some of those other players that need it.
But that isn't that happening at every school now because of the transfer portal. So it's not unique to Coach Prime, right? Let's just be fair.
No, it's not
Not in
really
these numbers
happening
all the
at
way.
every. Right, right.
It's not.
The better
You're
schools,
saying
Harry.
schools are not losing players
Yeah,
and getting new players.
yeah, but we can't compare CU to like a Alabama. Alabama has been
But why is that
sustainable.
always
You know,
why is that
they
always
have.
the criteria though? Why
No,
not?
what I'm saying that Harry, Alabama could lose 10 players and they could be 10 4 stars. But you look at their recruiting class and they got 25 players, both 4, 5, 3s. They have a sustainable program to where they can plug and play players.
But yeah,
Colorado,
but
right
Colorado's
now,
not.
Colorado can't plug and play because for one, Colorado don't even have a system developers yet.
Isn't
You
that
got
the
to have
whole
a
point? Isn't
system
that the whole
developers,
point of
Harry.
the portal?
The portal is not to build a team, Harry. The portal is to, hey, I need a few players here, probably a couple here, maybe 8 or 9 players, plug them in, and you're good, but not 30, 40, 50, 25 players every year. The better teams are not going 25 players every year. They're
So
gonna
so
use a
that
lesser
brings
amount because they're deeper in their roster. Let's just put it that way. They're deeper in their roster, and what they're doing now is trying to get, if say a top player comes out of A&M and Alabama, Georgia, one of the better schools are able to grab them, they're gonna try their best to go get him. But apart from that, they're just trying
I
to
just
just
I
get
just
a
want us
little
to be
spots here and
fair.
there.
I want us to be fair as far as talent evaluation, not to just to be like disparaging Colorado because they don't have a choice. You cannot bring in a bunch of high school students and do it because then we talk about this legacy thing. Like I don't know how long ago you can't bring in a bunch of high school students and think that you're going to be competitive. That's not
well, let
that
me
takes
ask you.
years that takes years that Colorado doesn't have. So we
Yeah,
got to
do,
be
Well,
Harry.
fair,
why
right?
does well why doesn't Colorado have it? Why don't they have
Exactly.
years to develop? Because you said this is
Exactly.
a 1 in 11 program. Anybody in their right mind would know that if I'm bringing in a coach to have a team that was historically bad, uh, then I have to give this person time because there was nothing in the cupboards. What we're saying is, so sometimes it's like, okay, well, is because think about this. This is what we got to also realize is that we're saying if you want to say 40-40-20 is the way to go, you basically have to say is that 90% of college football is doing it. It's not doing it the best way. And Dion is the only one that's doing it. It's the top person that's doing it the best way. And I don't
No,
think that
the way
that
I look at it differently. I look at it as that's how college football is run today. It's not. Oh my goodness, I can't believe he missed him. Come on, Penix. Shador would have made that pass. Guarantee Shador would have made that pass. Anyway, no. But
God,
what I'm
dog.
saying, what, what I'm saying
That's
is
ball game right there.
college football doesn't have a choice today. I think what y'all are saying is y'all are thinking more legacy built. I think college football is going in the form of we ain't got time no more. We don't have what you're talking about anymore. We can't wait
Uh,
because everybody's
until we see it be
the transfer.
successful, until we
That's
see it be
but you don't have a
successful.
choice though. That's why I'm kind of like interested to hear. Like I don't know how you think that there's a choice today. There is no choice. You don't have a choice.
Harry, that's just a myth, brother. You know why it's a
What's the
myth,
myth?
Harry? The Harry, the NFL is not changing. You have to be able to be able to
Where is
play
it
in the
NFL?
NFL.
This is
The
college
NFL
football.
is not going to bring in a watered down product, Harry.
The
So
NFL. This is not NFL. This is college football, and college
what
football
I'm
has
saying
changed.
is, so if you're saying, okay, anybody needs to just go play, no, you have to. These players have to get developed, Harry. Have to get developed. You have
Y'all
to
are stuck in
literally,
the
you have to
old.
pay
Y'all
your
are stuck
dues
in
to
the
get to
old
the
age
top.
because it's not. It's not about. I'm not saying you don't have to develop the students. I'm saying the way the direction in which college football is going. That what you're saying is how it used to be, but because now you have free agency, I feel like you're thinking that this is going away. This is not going away. This is how college football is today. What? Why you're thinking this is going away?
I'm
Harry,
not
the
thinking it's
point.
I'm
going
not
away.
saying it's not going away. I'm
Then
Nah,
saying I want
then
to see it.
how is this not the?
Somebody.
There's no other way.
Listen to what
There-
I'm saying. No, but listen to what I'm saying though. Yes, teams are going to start doing this, but until we see somebody win doing it that way, I think you're going to still see that old guard be the way that people want to go about doing it. Because if you look at the teams that were in the playoffs, they weren't a heavy portal team. They did get players out of the portal, but those, like I said, were those little cherry pick situations. Now, with it going to the 12 team playoff, you might see a team make it to the playoffs, that built their team through the portal. But can we say, oh, just because they made it, but they didn't win it, they lost in the first round, that was a success? Not really, because you go to win championships.
But what
See,
I
and that
what I want you to do, if you can, is tell me the difference, because you're saying you can't build through the portal, you can't build through the portal, but I'm like, a player is a player. You don't have to. If you're talking about a high school player that you got to build for 3 years, I mean, you're getting a player that's already came from high school, from another school, and he's already played under another team. So you're not talking about something that's changing anything. I don't know what the difference is. Now we got free agency, because
okay. So let
if you look, hold on, let me finish my thought. If you look at basketball, if you look at the professionals, what's the point of free agency? That's the idea of free agency. So if you got the player that's already ready to go, then why do you have to go back and revert back to the old way of doing it?
Okay, so I'll go. Let's take that. Let's take that. The old way of doing it. Now you got the free agency. Let's
Mhm.
go with that theory, because right now it that hadn't been proven yet to get championship. As we're saying, we're just saying the way it looks. The outlook you're saying is you're gonna have to be more portal. So what's going to happen now, Harry, is you also have to say is that now I have to, because kids are getting recruited. Now I have to, if I'm doing 40, 40, 20, I have to wait to see what's in the portal and
hmm
hope that the top talent in the portal that I get out my fair share of them to make me a championship team. And so now you're saying that there's a lot, like, so what's the probability in, hey, me as Colorado, I'm going to go out here and 80% of my team is going to be built from getting from other schools top players to come to my school, and top players that are championship caliber players to come all to my school. How many players in the portal could you actually take and build a team that's a championship team that can go toe to toe with like a Michigan right now? And we haven't seen that done. So that's what I'm saying. We're looking at a hypothetical, is that can it be done? I'm sure there's a year it could be done. Is it sustainable? Again, you're waiting for other schools to hemorrhage a quality players, and that you get them all or most of you get enough to be a dominating program. So how many you think you're having to get? Because I mean, I think what is that? If you looked at it, that Colorado got maybe what, two, three, 4 stars out of there. I mean, 5 stars out of there, and then maybe like what, 13, 14, 4 stars. You're saying I got it going because also we're also saying that Coach Prime, which is something else, is that he is a great recruiter. So when you think like the top 50 in that portal would have all been knocking on Colorado's door. If it's all about, hey, this is a great recruiter, we're going 40-40, which is generally 80% of your team that has played for someplace else, and you're bringing them in, are we looking at the numbers enough to say what's the probability of having a consistent, winning, dominating program with that?
Well, that okay. So based on what you're saying, it's the same thing. To me, it's the same thing because I feel like whether you bring it from high school or you get a kid that's already doing what you're describing at another school, I don't see that they have to come from Colorado then, because then it makes sense. Because you're saying, oh, why bring in a kid from the transfer portal? You need to just bring him in from high school and develop them yourself, and then he can turn into whatever you want him to be. Are you saying year one or year two?
I'm saying you need to bring in some, not all. I agree. You should. It's all, but here goes the other thing is too. Is that Colorado now is not because see Colorado is believing as far as Colorado some Colorado fans is believing okay we're gonna go in and we're gonna get these top dogs, we're getting all dogs out the portal,
Here you go
which
again with these dogs.
right, we're getting all dogs and some leaders out the portal, and that we ain't getting no duds. And so but then when you get into that, nobody is saying, well, you're anticipating that you're going to get all good players and you ain't going to lose no good players too. Because if I'm sitting here at Texas A&M and I can spend $650 to get a player out of Purdue, you don't think I can come to Colorado and say, yeah, I know you over there getting the visibility, you're getting all of that. But you can come here because now you start saying, does Colorado have the money? Again, hell, I know folks going to say, Coach Prime brought all this money to Boulder. Coach Prime, how does viewership understand them contracts go to the conferences and then they're split up between the teams. So you got to understand that. I'm not saying they can't. I'm sitting here saying to you is that the portal giveth and it taketh away too. And nobody's considering that it's that, let's say, because I give an example. What's your
What's the score?
odds
One
of
second.
thinking?
Is it 17-3, guys?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe that's it. What put it like this: if Shador was Shador Jackson, not Shador Sanders, you
Wait, what?
don't think nobody would have snatched him? You
What you
don't
mean?
think Ohio State?
Yeah, that's a
You
good
don't think
point.
like a Auburn? You don't think a Auburn wouldn't have came in and tried to snatch Shador Jackson
From
versus
from
George
from his
Sanders
from his
from
dad?
college? Well, see, that's what I'm saying. He's Shador Sanders as his dad. Let's take Shador Jackson. That ain't Coach Prime's son. You
Okay.
don't think a Auburn or another team or Texas A&M who saw what he did, they wouldn't have tried to snatch him and get him?
But what is the scenario? I
We're
don't get it.
making the assumption that Prime is going to always. The scenario is, I'm saying that we're talking about the portal, and I say the portal giveth, but the portal taketh away. We're believing that because Colorado didn't really have any talent, so we're not used to Colorado having lost like a Shador or like a Travis. They couldn't transfer
Mhm.
because of that. But let's say we're not talking about a Shador Sanders. We're talking about a Shador Jackson, the Shador Jackson that is not
Or
Coach Sanders'
or
son,
or
and that he
or I
had
can
was
help you
able to
with it.
transfer.
What about just like a Dylan Edwards or Carmine McLean? You know what I'm saying? We saw how good Dylan Edwards looked this year. You know, what if Carmine is not happy with his playing time next year? They might get snatched up. And those were guys that were like the cornerstone of the team because they were a part of the first recruiting class that was there with Dion.
Well, you're saying what if somebody comes in and snatch him away?
Correct.
Right. Like let right. So because you're
Because you
assuming
can't
Well,
you
I
can't
get the
always
key.
assume that yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, go ahead, go
okay,
ahead.
so yeah, so if you look at it, if that's the case, then if we're talking about somebody coming in and taking a player from us, that's a difference than going into the portal and getting somebody. If the player jumps into that
But his
portal, if that person is already in the portal, that's different. But you're saying that, oh, what if somebody comes and poach him away? That's isn't that a different scenario?
No, they talk put it like this. These kids, these star kids, are not jumping in the portal unless somebody to talk to them and say, "You jump in this portal, I'm gonna give you some money."
Right.
They ain't getting it. These top players are not getting it in there without there being some kind of discussions and knowing their NIL value and all that. So what I'm sitting here saying is, you take a kid like Shador Sanders, who is a phenomenal quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, we're saying the portal that we can go in and poach, get the teams out of great players out of the portal. But what we're not considering is, well, the portal can work against you, meaning if he's Shador
Hmm.
Jackson, not Shador Sanders, they say Auburn comes in there and say, I'm gonna throw the bag at you because he's still gonna have his NIL money, but he's also gonna be able to sit back. Let's say Michigan, like Michigan, will eventually need a QB, or Ohio State needed a QB. That's that thing
Hmm.
where other teams that's got big bread can come in and outbid you.
Well, okay, that this is the reason why I'm saying that's a different scenario because at the end of the day, we're not talking about being outbid as far as if this person can can somebody take a player from us in the portal? I mean, can somebody come and snatch a player that we already have? That's a different scenario because I'm saying the argument that you guys are making is to say the portal because you don't know there's no sample data from any portal heavy school because we don't have that data yet that it's not sustainable. But when we look at sustainability, we're just talking about the same thing because at the end of the day, isn't a kid in the portal and a kid in high school, wouldn't you prefer the more seasoned kid? Because I don't see where it's an advantage to have a bunch of high school kids as opposed to having somebody coming through the portal. I don't see that you've made your argument based on that yet.
Oh, I
I
can
think
easily make the argument. Look at Michigan. Look at the team you see right there on the field.
okay,
Look at Michigan. So you're looking at a team that recruits and develops.
okay.
That's a team right there that's got a line. Those linemen sometimes take 2 to 3 years to develop, and those kids, though they have been playing together, and that is basically Exhibit A for recruiting and developing your team.
Well,
Bama,
that
it
you
is
see,
And
Exhibit.
that's my point right there. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so maybe I think we're kind of missing each other for some odd reason. I'm saying what we're talking about now is recruiting, right? Getting the kids in the door. The thing that you're talking about is bringing one kids get here. What do you do after that? So once the kids get here, now it's your job to do your job as a coach to please the kids, give them whatever they need to have, whether it's development, is whatever to sustain them, like a Travis, like a Dylan, to become loyal to your program. That has to do more with leadership. But I'm talking about the initial getting, the initial let's go get a kid. That part, whether it's from high school or the portal, I feel like the portal has an advantage because you can get a kid that's already seasoned from high school, that from a different school that's already has playing time. That is no difference. Now, once you get them here, now you got to do that work of developing them. I think that's what we're talking about, right?
so so Harry, it seems like it comes down to, do you want 1 year of a great player, or would you rather have 1 year of a good player that turns into a really, really good player year two, that turns into a great player year three? So
I
it
think that
seems
has to
like
do
you're
with
looking at more
development.
of a microwave.
No, 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 no. That has to do with
Okay, so
development.
so you're saying you don't think the coaching staff can develop a high school guy as quick as they can develop a portal guy?
I think it's the same. I think as is if you're getting somebody who's already seasoned, right? Because I think what you're not looking at is the fact that Colorado doesn't really have a choice. Colorado needs to get players. Coach Prime is coming off of 1 year, and then he's replacing another line that, for the most part, were not guys that he brought in. For the most part, it were guys that were on a team where they were on the team and they felt some kind of way. So number one, a lot of them are already left, and he's already brought in their replacements. So we're talking about Coach Prime, his guys. Now the guys that he brings in is his responsibility to develop them. And whether they're 1 year guys, they're not going to be here anyway. But if it's guys that are coming in, if it's guys that are coming in that have 2 to 3 years under their belt, can he develop them and keep them going? So that's what it's all about. But Colorado doesn't have a choice. I think at this point, if you got a new team and you're trying to build a new team, it is much better for you to get the players that have some season under their belt and then you can start your development. But I think we both agree, all of us agree about development. I'm just talking about how do you bring the guys in initially? We're still at the initial stages because Coach Prime is new. Do y'all agree that he's new? Are y'all even accepting the fact that he's new?
I
Yeah,
do.
he's.
I
I do.
do.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. If he's new and he having to still build his team, I think the best way that he can build his team is to get some seasoned guys. So the whole
Okay.
a high school route is not, it's not necessary. It'll be nice, but it's not necessary because he can do it with free agency. Because what's the
Hey,
difference? It's high school or experience. What's the
I'll,
difference? I
I'll
would
tell
take
you this.
experience all day.
I'll tell
Well,
you this.
Harry,
That
hold on, Harry. You have no consistency in your program. Trying to get you could bring, say, a person from the portal and say they have 2 years. They come in, they play one good year, they're gone. Then now you have to go revisit all over again. You got to have a backbone, Harry. I'm gonna throw this real quick.
That is the backbone. The backbone is
No,
that
listen, Harry,
20% high
listen
school.
to this real quick. Washington
What do you
last
mean?
year in the port.
No, no,
Washington
no, no.
lost.
Let's answer that question before you move on. Don't say
Yeah,
backbone. Don't say backbone as to indicate that there's nothing. Because
no,
then
no, no. I'm not saying
that's where the
there's
disparity
nothing.
comes from. Because you're saying backbone as if there is no plan for high school. I want you to
Well,
take
what
the high school plan and talk on it. Don't talk against it. That is the
Harry?
backbone. The backbone is that 20%.
The 20% is not a backbone, Harry, because
Yes, it is.
20% has no consistency, has no continuity. You got to have a
That's where you
bigger
and I will never
nucleus of
agree.
players.
You and
Harry,
I will never agree on that. We will
I'm gonna
never
throw
agree
this
on
out
that.
real quick. Washington lost 18 players to the portal last year. You know how many players they brought in? Nine. I'm gonna shoot Michigan. Michigan lost 24 players. You know, they lost 14 players. They brought in 10. The portal, they're not using the portal to build a team, Harry. They're using the portal to sprinkle a couple of holes that they need.
That doesn't
Colorado
matter.
is
So
trying
what?
to
Who
use the
cares?
portal to
So
build a
what?
team. It's a major difference,
And
Harry.
what? What does that mean? Who cares? You're giving me examples of guys who sprinkle teams because they're legacy programs that already had a cohesion of teams. So who cares? Like I push back every single minute you talk that talk. Who
But
cares?
he's never
I
So
going
don't
to
so
build.
care.
so
He's
so can
Coach
I,
It's
Prom
a
is
Harry?
never
Let
new
me
going to
ask you a
build,
team.
quick
Harry.
question.
It's a new team.
Let me ask you a quick question. So
It's
Harry,
a new team.
how long do you want this to
Yeah,
be the recruiting style for Colorado?
yeah.
Is there ever going to be a point where you say, "Hey, we've built ourselves up, so let's start doing it like Michigan. Let's start doing it like Georgia. Let's start doing it like a Texas." You know what I'm
The
saying? Do
question,
you want to
the
get to
question
that point, or
sounds
do you
crazy
want to
because
stay
you know
here?
why? You know why the question sounds crazy? It sounds crazy because you're acting as if the guys that are coming in have no years under them. Like the guys that are
No, that's
coming in,
not what
we
I'm
got some
saying
guys that are
though.
coming in that have years under them, and those guys can be
I
developed. They have development time. So what are we
I
talking
hear
about?
that.
Why we keep
Um,
talking like these guys that are coming in are graduate? We're getting all graduate players. Why are we doing that?
But Harry, if let's say Dion coaches for another 15 years, are you saying this is the style that he's going to be recruiting for those 15 years, or are you saying
Why not?
you wanted to? Cool. That's all I'm trying to understand. That's all
Well,
I'm
let me
trying to
explain it.
understand.
If y'all give me a chance to explain it, then I'll explain it. It's quite simple because I think what y'all are missing, I think you're missing one factor because the argument that you're making, I understand it, but I feel like you're not allowing yourself to understand the entirety of the program that he's developing. I think you keep saying it's not sustainable to just keep getting new guys every year. But that's not the point here. The point here is Coach Prime has a new team that he is developing. So take a guy that's new with a whole new team and then say, go develop your team. So you're saying, well, he can't keep getting new guys, but listen, he has no choice at this point. And who just said it? Somebody just said in the chat. Would you rather have a Jordan Seaton or Lundy on your team?
Seaton.
So at any given point, you would rather have a high school student or a 91.3 player who is the best linebacker in the country. You would rather have a Seaton.
Harry, Harry, stop it. Lundy's not even the top 20 started in college football as a
You
linebacker.
didn't
Don't
answer the
even go
question.
there, Harry.
You didn't answer
He's
the
not in
question.
the top 20. He's not in the top 30. So don't go there, Harry.
Okay.
No, he's
So
not
you
a
would
top
rather
30 linebacker.
one of the best linebackers. You would rather not have that person.
You have a 1 year rental, Harry, versus a 3 to 4 year.
So listen.
That's what the staff was saying. Are you up for a 3 to 4 year build? Building with these guys, or you want a 1 year rental player? You also have to factor in,
Oh, that's
Harry.
what I'm saying. Are you
If
looking at all of the players that are coming in as a 1 year rental? Is that how your train of thought is?
No, but if these guys come in under Coach Prime and have one good year, these boys are gone.
What do you mean these boys are gone? So then that's a different conversation. That is a different conversation. You're saying you're questioning his ability to develop and keep. That's
I-
what that statement just told me. That you're
I'm not
questioning his.
questioning. I'm
You're
not
saying
questioning his
after they get one good
ability.
year, they're gone. So what does that say to you? Like when you say that,
I'm not
do you make
questioning his ability to develop and keep, Harry. I'm questioning his ability to get the top players out of the portal so the program can be better.
no, no,
He's
no, no.
yet to
Don't run
prove
away
that
from the
he can
statement.
get
Don't
the
run away
top
from the
echelon
statement.
of the
No,
portal players.
don't run from the statement that I just made. Listen to what you just said. These guys come in, they
Hmm.
get one good year, and they're
Uh-huh.
gone. I'm answering that. Don't run from that. Stay
Okay.
right there. Okay?
We're here. We're right here.
Okay, thank you. If you're not questioning his ability to bring a guy in, develop him, let him have a good year and stay, what are you questioning on that statement?
Harry, what I'm questioning is you go to the 40-40-20 to where you're saying, okay, 20% going to be the high school players. And Coach Prime has no choice but to go, get the bulk of the players from the portal. Coach Prime always got a choice, but Coach Prime is in a win now, cut out the middle phases of building and saying, hey, I'm using the portal and I'm building my team. We also have to consider, Harry, these guys, if they don't come in January, say these guys don't come in until the end of the season, then you're looking at guys trying to play in a new system with no camaraderie, no unity, nothing, no cohesiveness. You're just bringing in a hired gun, and everybody just look like a jumbled package. But I'm not saying, hey,
You know what I'm
Coach
saying? You're
Prime
not
got the wrong
answering the
system.
question. I don't like when people make statements and then you can't answer the question. I'm asking you a direct question based on a statement you made. But you're not answering, you're not even addressing my statement my question based on the statement you made. I'm asking you a
What?
direct question based on a statement you made, but you can't answer my question.
Well, he's challenging one of the metrics or premises that you're using, which is Coach Prime doesn't have a choice,
Right.
and
But
he does have a choice.
before you challenge me, I'm challenging you. So if you can challenge me, then I'm going to challenge you too. So I'm challenging the fact that you're saying, because I want to know where that's coming from. Where is it coming from when you say these guys are going to come in here, have one good year, and then they're out? Where is
I
that?
get that statement. I
Where is
get
that?
that statement.
Huh?
Harry,
I
if
can't
Harry,
answer.
so Harry, you're Coach Prime. I'm the new athlete coming in, right? I'm coming in to see you. Hey, I come in, I have one great year. Say I'm NFL eligible next year, and I come in and have a great season. I'm not gonna stay, Harry, because I'm gonna ride this wave that I'm on, and I'm gonna shoot to the pros.
So boom. That's what I'm saying. And I want you to stay right there if you can. What
So Harry,
we
so
get these players, right? Hold on. Because that's the narrative that a lot of people have. Like you can't have these narrative as if Coach Prime is some guy that's just out here just winging it. There's nothing going on. He's just gonna wing it. Everybody's just gonna use Coach Prime. He ain't got nothing going on. So stay right there, and you're telling me Coach Prime gets these guys. They're just all gonna just use them, and they're out of here. They're gonna have one good year, and they're out of here. So you're questioning his ability to develop, lead, and maintain the players. If we can get an answer to that question, then I can go to the next thing and say, okay, then that way I will know where you're coming from in your mindset when you have a discussion about Coach Prime.
So Harry, let me try it this way. So I think what your
Can he
man is
answer,
basically saying.
or are
Okay,
you going to answer that
go
question?
for it. Well, I would like to try to answer the question.
Okay, good. Let me hear an answer.
Okay, so when you're in a situation where you have a guy that's only going to be there for a year, you
Is that
only
is that
have
is
him
that a
there for a
is that an
year.
assumption?
No, no, because if you look at it, there are guys that are transferring in that is this is their last year, and Lundy is
That's
one
not
of
what we're
those
talking about,
guys.
though. You see
This
what I'm saying? That's
this
not
is
what we're talking about. That was not the premise. The premise is not 1 year guys. That was not his statement. His statement was not a premise
okay.
based on 1 year guy. So now, if we're
So
changing
I
the
will
premise, then
say,
obviously then the conversation changes. Then my question is mute. My question is not
okay,
about
so
1 year guy. I then that'll mean that I have no idea what I'm talking about. If it's
we're on
a
the same
one
page
year
now.
guy, if the assumption is that he's going to be a 1 year guy, he's going to be gone anyway. But that's not the premise that we're talking about. That's not the context. The context is, what if we get a guy that's a 3 year? We have a couple of them that have already been that are already signed. There's a lot of guys that have a couple of years under their belt. What Yarmay was insinuating is that most of these guys are going to come in here and they're going to be what they're going to use Coach Prime, get their 1 year, and then they're out of here, either going to transfer or go somewhere else.
No,
I
Harry,
got your
that's not what
answer.
I'm saying.
I got your answer.
This
Hold on,
whole
hold on. I
time we've
want
been
I want to
talking
make sure I
about
answer your question directly.
this entire time we just been talking about 1 year guys that are either seniors or graduate transfer or juniors. That's all we're talking about. That's what we've been talking about.
No, Harry, what I'm
Yeah,
saying is, I'm not saying that these guys are he's bringing in, 1 year guy. What I'm saying is, if these guys say they have 2 year eligibility, but they come in and then their first year they do really good, names are out there, they're all over the place. These guys could jump to the NFL. What I'm saying is, Harry, I'm not saying the high school players, you know, aren't good or can't do it. What I'm saying is you need the high school players for your backbone. You're trying to bypass all the high school or most of the high school players and say, hey, why not get it out of the portal? Not all of these guys coming out of the portal are good. Not all these guys. And if you're going to get, what I'm saying is, if you're going to get portal players, get the top echelon portal players. And this portal will slow down at some point because a lot of these guys are jumping into the portal and they get stuck in the portal. After a while, it will slow down.
But he does
But
have the
Coach
number two.
Prime,
He's ranked 2. So what? How do you rank portal activity? I
so
don't know.
Harry, so
Y'all confusing me, man.
Harry,
I
Coach
got an
Prime
answer
is
for your
trying to,
question
yeah,
about
go ahead.
development. Simply put, I've not seen Dion bring a guy in from jump that he's developed into a pro.
That's a flag. There's a
Now
flag on
you
that
can,
touchdown.
God dog it. So you can say, okay, well, he was at Jackson State, so he didn't have, the top talent or whatever. But that's what you're supposed to do as a coach. A lot of the guys in the NFL that get drafted are not 5-star guys all the time. You see some 3 stars, 0 stars sometimes, right? So I have not seen Dion develop a guy from start to finish for me to think that even if he does get a guy that has 3 years of eligibility left, that he'll be able to make those guys a top-notch first day NFL draft pick. I don't have that confidence yet because I haven't seen it. Does that answer your question directly?
So, well,
Because you
that
asked about development, and I said I don't have faith in it because that was your question, right?
right, because we're talking about player personnel, right? If we're talking about player personnel, then the whole entire thing is mute, because if we're talking about development, then development has to do with players. So if you're bringing in a player from high school or a seasoned player, then the dynamic is the advantage goes to the seasoned player, and you can develop that player. So it's mute to me, or it sounds weird to me where you would say, well, no, I want the high school player because of, I don't know what the reason is. I have no idea what the reason is. Okay,
No,
because it could be a
no.
4 or
I
5
just
star.
And no, I don't care what star it is. I'm saying I don't have faith that Dion can develop a person that comes into his program into an NFL talent, a bona fide NFL talent. Let's just say a first or second round draft pick, regardless of. Obviously, Shador and Travis will
Well, that's a
be
whole nother
the
conversation, isn't
outliers.
it?
But outside of that, but I'm trying to answer your question about development, right?
Well, that's what I'm
I
saying.
don't
So,
believe that he can do it. I don't. So regardless of if it's a guy that comes
I
in
guess you, I
that
guess
only
you don't
has one
believe
year
in
left or not.
Travis Hunter. You don't believe in Dylan Edwards. You don't believe
No,
you don't
Travis
believe in Jimmy
Hunter,
Horn Jr.
Travis Hunter, Travis Hunter, and Shador are the outliers. Jimmy
Oh, now we're
Horn,
gonna make everybody an
not yet.
outlier.
No, I just said those two. I
We're gonna
said
make the
no. I just
entire
said
team an
those two.
outlier.
No, not necessarily.
No, I
Not.
just
I
said
don't think
those
that's
two.
what he said.
So then let's just make 10 guys outliers because
I
they all
literally
gotta
just
be
said two
outliers.
people though, Harry. I literally just
Okay,
said two.
but
I said
I
Shador
can
and
name a lot
Travis.
more. I can name a lot more.
But my point is I don't believe in those other guys. So that's why I'm saying that these two guys are the outliers. I don't believe in Dylan Edwards like that. Yeah, I think he's a really good player, but I don't think he's going to be a first or second round draft pick. Jimmy Horn, I don't think he's going to be a first or second round draft pick yet. Depending on what we see this year, then that may
So that
change, and
okay,
then that will be the guy that I say, hey, Dion
great,
has developed. That will be my
great.
guy
So,
that
so
I did.
Phil,
All right, cool, Dion, you
here
did
we
your
go.
job.
So Phil, here we go. Based on what you just said, your criteria for NFL development has to be first or second round. That's it.
Because
If they're not
guys,
first or
when they
second
come
round,
in, they want.
he's a bust as an NFL developing coach. If they make the
No,
NFL, if they make
I'm not saying a bust. I'm saying I'd be more confident. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say bust.
no. But based on what you just said, if they don't make first or second round, then him as then he's not a good NFL player developer. If they go third round, because that's the last round, right? Three rounds. There's three rounds in the
No, it's
NFL.
like 7 rounds. 7 rounds.
But I'm talking about guaranteed pay. Like, how do you to guarantee your pay your third rounder, right? At least, or
Yeah,
is it four?
somewhere
Third round,
around there.
right?
The pay scale
So
changes
to
every
get a
year. I'm not
guaranteed pay
100
is
percent
third
sure.
round, and then you also have people who walk onto the team who are invited to go on just like the guy from Jackson State, right? That's what happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
you're saying that Dylan Edwards, Jimmy Horn Jr., Xavier Weaver, Travis Hunter, right? You're saying I just named just the not even on okay. Let's put Shador. That's 4. That's 5. Shiloh. All of these players. None of these players are going to be NFL players, and Deion Sanders cannot develop them. That's what you're saying.
No,
Those are not going to be NFL players.
I'm saying I don't believe that Dion has the ability to develop them into being a first or second round draft pick. And then I said Shador and Travis
But
are
it's
the
not the
outliers.
criteria for
I said everybody
NFL. You said NFL.
to be a top notch coach and developer. Yes. Now you can say you could be a really really good developer and say, okay, I got 3 or 4 guys in the third round, I got 4 or 5 guys in the fifth round, and so on and so forth. But to be able to get guys in the first round, in the second round, that's a different level.
At the end of the day, I mean the answer just for the sake of argument. At the end of the day, I know that Coach Prime has a few players. First of all, Shador, you can call them outliers if you want to call them outliers, but Shador, Travis Hunter, Shiloh, and Jimmy and maybe not Jimmy Horn yet. I would say Xavier Weaver. I would say those are 4 guys that could be at least second rounders, and he developed those guys.
Okay.
So hold on. Let me bring Willie. What's up, man? Thank you for joining the night show.
Y'all scaring me, man.
What are we scaring you about? What do you mean?
Y'all scaring me. No, I'm just listening, man. I'm just listening.
Why are we scaring you?
No, I don't know. I mean, I hear people talk about. Everybody's talking about it, and a lot of this stuff. Uh, Deion, and this is just me. Deion's job is to get them ready to go, and he'll tell you everybody ain't gonna make it. They say at least four. I'll just say 4 out of the 5 players. Um, just say we had about 3 or 4 of them that went. Well, let's go back to Jackson State. Jackson State had 2 linebackers that went, and one went to Detroit, and I think the other one somewhere else. I think they're still playing. It's really hard after they leave Colorado, after they leave Jackson State. If we talk about them going pro, um, it's the journey. The rest of the journey is up to them. I think they're ready to go because because of the attitude that they have to be a pro player. You're talking about kids now going up against grown men. It takes a certain attitude, and
Wait, what, do you,
so
what do you mean grown man? Like once
grown
by
men.
the time you leave college, you should be a grown man. Like
When
at
you
that
go
point,
from college, but no, when you go from college, you're just beginning your journey as a grown man. So you going with men, and Primus said this before. These guys got families to feed. You going there to try to take another man's job, different mentality, and he know that's why you're there. So you think I'm gonna let you? I'm doing something, or Harry, and this is my live. This is my livelihood. You think I'm gonna let you come in there and take it? No, I'm gonna fight. And then there's so much
but we're
of
talking about
politics.
drafting. We're not talking about all of that though. We're talking about
That's what I'm
draft.
saying.
The
Well,
NFL drafts players, so no, they're not talking about. We're not talking about. I don't think he was talking about taking somebody's job. I think he was talking about being drafted.
but that's what I'm saying. When you're drafted or even being drafted to be considered for the draft, you got to go somewhere, right?
You
And
get there, and then you got to fight for your roster spot. That's
then you got to fight. You're fighting another man. You're not necessarily fighting the team. You're fighting another man. But that's why I don't even.
But we got a little bit further away from what what I was trying to say about Coach Prime as a recruiter, because I think what we need to understand about recruiting is that high school or portal, if you get a 3-year guy, if you get a 3 or 2-year guy, for the most part, you're probably going to you can get a 3-year guy. A lot of the guys are going to be 2 years. They're going to give you 2 years. So if you get a 2 or 3-year guy and you're building from scratch like Coach Prime is, you still have your percentage of your high school players that you're bringing in and you're developing. There's a lot of players that are redshirted that didn't get the opportunity to play, and they're being developed right now. If they stay, they don't leave, they're getting developed. So hopefully by that time they would have stepped in. So I think it's a natural process. I don't know that Coach Prime is at any disadvantage going through the portal because a player is a freaking player.
I'll look at it this way. I'll say this, and I'll state, we have not seen the 40-40-20 work yet. So I will look at it from this point. I'm not saying it won't work. I'm just basically saying it is not the normal formula. Now, if people wanted to say, well, I don't, and that's an accurate statement that we don't know if it's going to work.
Mm-hmm.
We only know that that's his plan, that's his strategy, and that is to be determined. Now, I would say it from this standpoint is that I'm noticing something, Harry, when I heard you talking, and we're looking at. Do I believe that Coach Prime can send people to the league? Absolutely. Do I think he can give them some good mentorship and stuff, especially as a gold jacket? That's where that gold jacket comes in, is the mentorship of the league mentality and to be an elite player in the league. That's where he will shine. But when we look back to college football, I got to be honest with you. As I was listening to you talk,
Can we get
I
a
think we're talking to
Phil? Phil, that's a boom for you, son. Let's put that gold jacket back on you, son.
I will say.
Hey, he earned his, but I can buy mine if I need to.
Yeah, you better
That's about
hurry
mine if
up
I
about
need
it because
to.
we talking about how okay. We we've been running away from that gold jacket, but this is where it comes into play, brother.
Hey,
Right, and I think it works in that. But what I would say is this: I think we've got several different sets, which is odd to say it, of Colorado fans, and one of them being so I'm going to talk to when I'm speaking. I'm going to speak to general. I'm not speaking to delusional. We going 850,000 and oh, I'm not talking to you because that's a waste of conversation.
We're
You
going,
know,
wait,
of
wait.
you
We're going 800. What was the number? Can you remember the number you just
850
said?
850,000 to zero. We going undefeated for like until infinity. Jesus gonna come back and take
But hold on,
everybody.
let's be fair. Let me speak for those people. Come on now. Let me defend my people a little bit. Come like
Yes.
year one, I don't have you gotten anybody in year like after the first season? Have you gotten anybody that's been like that at
Harry,
all?
Harry, Harry.
Oh, they're still like
I've
that?
seen Harry. I've seen people saying that Shadur, Travis, and Shiloh next year will be drafted in the first round, and all three are going to the Falcons. I've seen crap like that. I'm just telling you. Yes, I've seen it. I've heard it. I mean, it is like I
Wait,
thought
but
Bama fan.
draft
Yes.
is different now. Draft is different from we talking about how they play on the college football field.
Oh no, no, yeah, yeah. I'm about to get to that. Like I said, because I thought Bama fans were delusional, and I'm a Bama fan. I thought we were nuts. I'm a Cowboy fan, which is another sect of nutness. But there is a shift out here that
Yeah.
is like, hey, we're going 12-0, and we're dominate. We're basically going to be a baby NFL. And I would say this is that Tevin Campbell is thinking, come back to the world because I mean, at the end of the day,
Wait,
that
wasn't Tevin Campbell the first R. Kelly?
we not going. Do I need to go Cat Williams on you?
Oh
my,
Lord.
Cat,
my
cats
my
like to
point.
run.
Yeah. My point being is that I think Colorado will be good. I think really it's a certain part of Colorado fans that want him to win and want him to win now. I personally would like to see Coach Prime continue his grind, fill the space that he's in now, like he did becoming a coach in the SWAC, and to continue to build. And in 4 or 5 years down the line, we're having this conversation where they're in the championship game, we're watching it. Great. If it's 2 years from now, great. But I think that there's the. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that he's got a good. I think he has a pretty decent plan. It's unproven, but it's still there. It's well, I won't say it's unproven. He did some good stuff in the SWAC. So I can't say it's unproven. It worked there, but we do have to acknowledge.
Oh man,
it's
DC,
you're recognizing the swag as human beings? No, don't do that.
Well, I went to
DC,
Alabama State, so
DC,
yes,
I'm gonna push
yes.
back on you a little bit on this. You said,
Push.
you said we did very slight push. You said that the
Wild
40,
dog, what's up with you, man?
you said the 40-40-20 didn't work. I got proof that it worked for us this year. How many games did we win last year?
Oh no, please don't shame us.
No,
Oh
no. How
no,
many?
you
Don't
ain't.
shame
No,
us.
How many games did we
No,
win
Willie,
last
don't do
year?
it.
Now,
It's not the
Willie,
same.
Willie,
It's not the same team, Willie.
Willie,
You can't
Willie.
compare that. It's not the same team.
Wait.
Willie, you better come
And
short
how
because I
many
don't know
did
where
we
you
win
going with this.
under 40-40-20 or 40-40-20? How many did we win this year?
I can't back you up, Willie. You're
Okay.
going down the road. I can't
Willie,
Willie,
you still won
I'm
one game in the
I'm a,
conference.
Willie,
No. I'm not talking. I'm talking about
Willie,
total.
Willie. I'm gonna
Hold
answer your
on, Willie.
question. Willie, I'm a, Willie.
Yes, sir.
Willie, I'm gonna answer your question. Let me just go ahead and just turn on my flamethrower real quick. Okay.
Uh-oh.
So yes,
Hey, go easy on Willie. Come on now.
my
Go easy on Willie.
flamethrower.
He didn't mean to.
No, I got love for Willie, sir.
He
No,
didn't
I
mean
got
to.
love. So here's the thing. So here's the thing, Willie. Here's the thing.
Oh,
This is
God.
where I will push back against Colorado fans. You do realize there are other coaches that took on 1-11 teams and went to bowl games.
Oh, I said
There are,
that'd be
and you
easy.
can.
I ain't talking about
So at the end of the day, is to sit back and say, well, he had to replace that team. No, he chose to replace that team, and that's okay. I don't have no problem with that. But they sit back and use the 1-11 when that was a choice to go into something. We don't know whether he could have won 4-8 with that team. If he could have went 6-6, I can't say that for a fact. What I can say is he chose for whatever reason, and it's his role to choose that spot. So, but we can't sit back and say that the 40-40-20 works at 4-8 when there are coaches that took 1-11 teams to bowl games. I mean, New Mexico State was a garbage pit, and Coach Keel took that team and went into an SEC
Hey man,
Auburn, which is hard to win at Georgia, and won.
You said
But
you're not going to
wasn't
use the
but
flamethrower.
wasn't it no
Keep
but
the
wasn't
water
it
gun.
an
No,
improvement?
I want you to keep the water gun. Don't
But wasn't
give
it
an
an
example.
improvement? Regardless, but was it an improvement? This is what okay. I mean
Willie, just
it had
to
to be an improvement.
Willie, you are not on the same team. Listen, Willie, let me say this to you. This is not a good defense you're using. I'm just going to let you know because you're digging us into a deep hole. Because if I have to come and rescue you, I have nowhere to go.
Okay,
We're not talking about improvement. Improvement is not going to win this battle.
but he said he wanted proof that it works. Any little bit of thing means that it works.
But
It may
nobody
not
will
work-
ever
may not
ever
work in a
argue that
big
line
way.
and win an argument though.
It
It's not going to ever
it
work.
didn't work in a big way, but it worked in a little way. Let's
that's-
talk. I'm
that's
just
the
talking
whole
about the
point,
little
Willie.
things, huh?
That's the whole point. That's the whole point. If you're trying to defend a losing season, then we're done. Then
There was no defense. I wasn't trying to defend it. I wasn't defending the losing season.
but
I
if that's,
mean,
if
I'm
that's
just
the argument for
I'm
it
defending
working,
whether
then,
or not
then where we
can it
going?
work? Can it work? Or it doesn't work?
I
Can it
wouldn't
work?
use that argument as why it works. That's not what I would use.
Put it like this, Willie. I would say, can it work? Can it work? It remains to be seen. Can you see maybe some movement on it? Maybe there's some. I would say, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's not gonna work. I don't know. I personally wouldn't use going from your example there, but I could
No,
see
we're not.
where
We're
it
not
could
using
it
that. We
could
take
work.
that back. We take that one back. We take it back. We
Right,
gotta
but
take that
look,
one
but
back.
I ain't taking it
Improvement.
back. I'm gonna be
Improve.
stubborn on that.
Oh,
I ain't taking
you
it
steady?
back.
You stayed on business? Okay.
Listen, I'm gonna stay. I ain't taking it back.
You stayed on business. I see you,
I'm
Willie.
gonna stand on it. If I don't stand on something, I'm gonna fall for everything.
Well, stand on it. Well, you
All
go
right.
right ahead and stand on in that
Hey,
quicksand.
Hey, DC, all right, DC, go get him.
All right. So you stand right on in there with it from that standpoint. That's all right. I'm gonna stick a stick out there and pull you out. But the thing being, because I got nothing but love for Willie. But here's the thing. All right.
Love you, DC. Love you, baby.
Love you too, man. Absolutely.
I was trying to help, Willie. I was trying to help, man. I'm telling you.
No.
If we start arguing the affirmative on that, oh, we did good. Do you know how many Yardmans and Carolina boys and people out there that will eat us alive with like we're a box of Skittles? We can't ever get on that line of we went from 1-11 to 4-8. That's never gonna win an argument. The thing that I would,
I've never used that before, DC. I've never used that before.
Yeah, I would never argue that point. You know what I would argue? I would argue the individual success. Like, you know what I'm saying? Go in on the team and see who had an achievement that we can build on, and then use that as an argument point. But that whole let me go. Coach Prime did a good job. No, that.
No, I can't. But I'm gonna say Coach Prime is capable of doing the awesome thing. I think what's going on, just ultimately, all jokes aside, is that I think there's a certain sect of Colorado fans and Deion Sanders lovers, which I'm a Deion Sanders lover, that is expecting him to win and win right now. They want him to come in dominating and not realizing how complex it is to come
But
in.
why are you putting that on the fans though? How are you going to put all of that on squarely on the heads of the fans when he himself said he wanted to win? That's on him.
Yeah.
Harry, because because I'm trying to be nice.
Oh,
I'm
oh,
trying
okay.
to
Oh,
be.
oh, I
I'm,
see. I see what you did
listen,
there.
listen. Yeah, I'm trying to put it to a point where I,
You're trying to
I
you're trying to shift the blame so you don't get too much heat. I know, I see.
I'm trying to. And here's the thing: is that for,
It's easier
for
to
me.
blame us than him.
Oh my. Yeah, well, see, yeah, because I
I see
mean,
what you're doing. I see what you're doing.
yeah, because man, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Uh,
Um,
I
some
mean,
folks, some folks have idols. I'm gonna leave it at that. My thing is that I like Coach Sanders. I like what he's doing. I think he's great with marketing. I like the stuff I study. I'm a student. I'm a study of two coaches out there right now, believe it or not. And it's been Saban and Coach Sanders. I study them.
But DC, I've been
And
doing
I
that.
do
I've been
see, and I
trying.
study them from a leadership expert.
So listen, DC. I've been trying my best to ground us this year. I mean, this time around, I've been trying my best to provide more data. Even though year one, I was like the data man. Now year two, I'm trying to now articulate the data so that we understand the data. Because I think that's what we got lost in. Is understanding the data, how to decipher the data and what to do with the data. Because sometimes the data comes at you so fast, and then sometimes people don't even know what the data is. When you're telling, like, you can be talking, we can be talking right now, we can be talking data, and some people don't even know that we're talking data. They just call us crazy. They just say, "Oh, y'all don't know what you're talking about." But that's what it is. I think a lot of fans don't understand where the data is, how we're getting to the data, and how we're deciphering that data. So that's what
So,
I've been
so,
trying to do.
but but they're not looking. But some people aren't looking at data. They're looking at
Some people don't
hope, and
care.
they go on to we believe. They go and
Yeah,
they go on to we believe, and
but that's a different group.
Mm-hmm.
The We Believe crowd
right,
is a different group than the data crew.
right, and they don't conceptualize things. Like for example, when people think of our pilots go through survival school. Okay, so most people have this envision of some being in survival, which I was guilty of it. Where in a survival environment, you set up you got your little campfire going, and you like cooking fish and roasting duck that you done got out of the wild, and you just waiting for somebody to pick you up. That is not how it goes. You are because if you set a fire, people will know where you are and they come get you, and then they will do all kind of horrible things to you that Cat Williams was trying to prevent happening to him out of Hollywood. I'm just gonna
Wow.
keep it real with you. So you are sitting there. Oh, folks don't know the depth of stuff. And you go through realistic training, though they don't do that stuff, and then they don't realize you're eating grubs and stuff. So here's why I'm bringing up that because survival in the woods while somebody's trying to take you and possibly kill you or make you a POW is a horrible thing to imagine. And what I'm saying that is that what we have in our heads, some people have in their heads from what reality are two totally different things. College football, like when people sit back and say that, bring that over to college football, people think that, well, Coach's Prime shows up. That's the one I knock against the has the gold jacket. All five stars run to Colorado and they win. And then we have 10, 15 years of unlimited Colorado being at the top. That is not the way that it works. We see this game going on now. What I think the
But let me throw
realistic
this in
thing
there.
is that
Let me give
go
you this
ahead.
part though. Is it plausible to say that and just hear me out before you jump on this, that he has the ability from year one that it was about to happen. It was about to be a black tidal wave until the dark web stepped in. Can you even allow your brain to go on that trip a little bit? Do you believe that there was going to be you know how in politics they have the blue wave and the red wave or whatever? Do you believe that the black wave was about to happen based on the hype, but then the dark powers that be, stepped in and prevented it from happening? Do you believe that?
I don't believe
Can
it.
can I believe that there are forces behind the scene that there's an old guard that would like him take him out? Absolutely, I can believe that.
and try and
I
try and
can't. But see, what I'm saying, Phil, is that I'm saying I could believe it.
but
I
then have
could
you
believe
heard the
it,
stuff? Have you
but
heard the
I
stuff
can't. But
that
I don't have
DC?
anything
I
that
mean, not
tells
DC.
me yay or nay.
Have, but DC, have you heard the stuff that Jordan Seaton, that Winston Watkins, was it? Yeah, Winston Watkins Jr. Uh, did you hear the stuff that they said after they either they left? I mean when Winston, I think it was Winston that decommitted. Did you hear what he said? That people were telling him that Coach Prime was leaving. They're using all kinds of tricks, and then Jordan
They use
Seaton
that for
said
every
some of the
coach.
same things.
That's
But
called
here's the
recruiting,
thing.
Harry.
But Harry, I'm gonna tell you this. All right. So over the years, I've known Bama players, even that '92 national championship game, and was always friend. Robert Ory has come to my house several times. That's how I'm connected into that. My sister went to Bama, and so I knew a lot of players. Was up there. Here's the thing: all of them will tell you about recruiting visits, and folks have no idea how that stuff goes down. That was back in the '90s. It's totally different now. But the thing being is that it's nasty. They all say stuff about them. They all do it. They use that against Nick Saban now, saying Nick Saban is gonna retire. Oh, you going there, but he gonna be gone because they all use
Oh,
that.
but
So
it
I
hit
guess my
different. It
thing
hit
was,
different with the
how
legacies.
come people dirt recruiting has always been dirty, but yet for some reason when it comes to Coach Prime, it's a personal thing.
Yeah,
No, because it
Mhm.
hit different with the legacies.
yeah. But you guys have you guys noticed the
The legacies,
change?
they have an automatic. Their recruiting is different. Y'all got to consider that Colorado is new. Colorado doesn't have a long history of recruits coming through. We've been through so many losing seasons that recruits don't even want to look at us. So the little bit of help that we're getting from Coach Prime is being impeded by people telling lies and all kinds of like egregious stuff that they're saying to these kids. It's crazy, like straight up lies. I'm not saying don't play the game. I'm not saying don't play the recruit game. But if you're gonna be telling lies, that's not a whole different other. That's not a whole nother beast.
They say
But
they're
they
going to do
all
that to all the
tell
other
lies.
coaches.
But
Then your argument needs to
I
be
mean,
with the
I mean,
system, not that it's against Dion.
can you guys see since Dion is on the scene now, you know, from going from HBCU to now the Power Five, he's literally changed the whole narrative about college or football. It's literally changing before our eyes, and I, it happened. And he's the one that's generating it. Only thing he's doing and have done,
really.
I'm going to do it my way, and it has changed, and it's changing every day. It ain't going to be the same the next 5 years. I guarantee it. Even with the recruiting, it's going to be different, and you see it. And that's what the powers that be are afraid of,
So when
because
you
they
mention
want
that
it to be the
change, are
same.
you saying that?
Did somebody audio go
So are
off?
you saying
Oh,
right? So are you saying in that change that the because I want to go with that. The landscape has now changed. Prime is coming on, Coach Sanders, because I like to call him Coach Sanders because I respect what he's earned, which is the title of coach. And Prime is great with Coach Sanders. So what we're saying is that he's shown up on the scene, that he's changed the game, and that he's changed it to a point where now he's going to be the one dominating, and that everybody
No,
else will be playing catch up.
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he's changing it for the better for everybody. Everybody, that means you got to change. I got to change. High school's got to change because it's the way that is being driven. The direction. No, it's not going to be, the prime
That's a
show.
catch. That's a catch.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the whole dynamics of the way it was. You see that now with the transfer portal. They've never had a trans. Everybody went through the blue blood way. What's the blue blood way? Kid go get out of high school. He goes to he goes to the bigger schools, recruited him. They went to the big school, and that's how they built their roster. The challenge with
But
that
Willie,
is,
coach,
but listen. But the challenge that is, they built the roster off of a lot of our guys, the big black guys that go in there. They don't, because at one point we couldn't play at major universities. Now we literally run major universities. And so we needed somebody
we
in there like us. Let me show you what else is going to happen. Does that make any sense? If you just look at history, just look at history a little bit. Follow history, and you can see something is changing. Does that make sense? DC, what do you think?
what I would say this, I think we forget that Lane Kiffin was initially called the Portal King. So it's not anything that's different that's being the 40-40-20 is totally different. I absolutely agree with that. But it wasn't like Coach Kiffin did not use the portal to build Ole Miss. So I have to sit back and push back a little bit. Now, do I think do I think there's been a change in how football is being viewed by Dion? 1,000%. Do I see the major change? We're still kind of observing it. I think that Colorado is going to be a good team. How great, I don't know. But I do also see that aspect of this, and let's address because there are other black. We understand. Again, I understand the culture. So let me just say what I'm saying, and then I'm gonna back off of it. We do have quite a few other, not enough, not nearly enough, but we have other black coaches that are there. What we haven't seen is somebody like Dion that's coming and being he's not code switching, he's not doing any of that kind of stuff. He's just being himself. I respect it, and that is something we haven't seen. So that is absolutely the change, and he's brought more of us into that to be engaged into a team. That's a great thing. That's a change. But as far as we're talking about X's and O's on the field, as far as they're winning, that's a wait and see. And in order for it to work, he does have to get to this point where he's got to dominate. So yes, I see the change.
Get ready for it, because even with what you just said, my brother, that's going to change too. It's got to.
So
Everything it's got to.
let me
Even Harry gonna change. Look at him.
let me
He's sitting up there looking right now.
let me change the direction of this conversation and bring it back to the my reason for streaming tonight. We're supposed to be watching this game together and trying to see if Colorado can compete. You guys are seeing a lot of movement in this game, and I want to before we flip back to where we were talking about. Surfer Boy 3000 says he's right, Harry. We have no idea what Coach Prime and his staff are telling kids to get them to commit to CU. They all do it, Harry. It's all is as old as the game is negative recruiting. Now, I want to speak on this a little bit. Y'all can talk on it too, but do y'all believe that Coach Prime uses dirty tricks or nasty tricks to recruit? And if as big as Coach Prime is, and how much news everything that he does makes, do you think that if he did that, do you believe that it wouldn't have gotten out by now? If he was using dirty tricks to recruit, do you think that somebody wouldn't have said something at this point by now to say, "Oh man, when Coach Prime was recruiting me, they did X, Y, and Z"? That wouldn't have gotten out by now.
Well, I think if you hadn't had somebody that got spurned by them like that, maybe it wouldn't get out. But I think you're making a very strong point because we're in a day and age where a Nick Saban recruiting pitch got leaked. You know what I mean? So if it can, and I know everybody say, "Oh, well, Bama can't always be the comparison," but I'm pretty sure you would have Bama's program over the past 15 years. than what you had with Colorado last year. But if a Saban video can get out, then I'm sure a Dion video can get out. So I kind of gotta side with you on this one. I think if they were doing some of that dirty, grimy type stuff, people would have took it and ran with it because they would have got their 15 seconds of fame.
Somebody would have said something by now. But that speaks to the type of person that Coach Prime is, and he says it all the time. He said, "I'm so clean. Go find something. If there is a teammate, if there is a guy that has bad that can say, oh yeah, he was really this person." Somebody would have said something by now because of that information. That whole Cat Williams situation, that would be early. That would happen already. So, Surfer Boy, unless if anybody else want to add to that before I give Surfer Boy the does anybody else want to say?
Well, you did have you did have people. You did have some kids that said some negative things about not from recruiting, but as far as team environment, that type of stuff. You did have some things. Now, whether we want to believe them because we don't like the show they went on or whatever,
No.
that's
I'm saying
that.
recruiting. This is just straight.
Okay,
It's
okay, I'm
coming
gonna tell
from
you this.
our recruiting conversation.
But
Okay, I will tell you this. What I've seen or what I've heard.
Mm-hmm.
That he
Hey,
is
before you
is
continue,
like
what's the
this.
score, guys? Let me update the score. What's the score?
I think it's
2010
17-10.
Michigan. It's 20.
2010 Michigan.
Yeah, they just kicked the field goal.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, 20? Okay.
All I will say from is that Coach Prime. Think about what he said. He said, "I'm clean." A lot of times these folks have people that do things so it keeps the heat off of them. He would be a fool if he was the one sitting there and being in there. So I can't say that I will not sit here and say that he is doing something wrong because I have no proof of that. But I won't sit back and say that it's not possible. I will just sit back and say is that I have seen no evidence that Coach Prime has done anything dirty when it comes to recruiting.
Oh, but what you're speaking of, anything that's if I said something, somebody can use it in the media and be like, Coach Prime said it. Like, if it was anybody associated with Coach Prime going out there using dirty tricks, they would say a Coach Prime team. They would say Coach Prime. So it would definitely be linked back to Coach Prime. So whether it's him saying it or somebody around him saying it, it's him. So if you haven't heard anybody come out and say, oh, their recruiting department did X, Y, and Z, then that means he's probably not doing anything like that. So and just to move off that topic,
Harry,
Surfer Boy,
let me just say one thing.
hold on. Surfer Boy 3000. That one is done. And then they said it's not the line is saying it's not colder in Boulder. It's actually not that cold in Boulder because I've been there. But go ahead, Willie.
Okay, Coach Prime is playing by the rules that have already been established. There's rules out there that, and when I've talked to people about certain things, I said, well, isn't that legal? I said, no, it's within the rules to do that. A lot of us don't understand. We want to play the game, but we don't know the rules of the game. Most people understand the rule. Well, you can't do that because I've always been told you can't do it.
Well, we're talking about going beyond the rules and doing dirty work. I mean, besides doing the rules, I'm talking about going beyond the rules and playing dirty and then trying to say, oh, like somebody saying Coach Prime is leaving and trying to convince the young men that Coach Prime is leaving next year.
Okay.
And then they go as far as saying that they have evidence that he's leaving.
Until I see it, I refuse to believe it. That's one of the things. Now I have faith in God, and I believe in God. But until I see this,
that they're using. So I mean, the kids are saying it themselves. The kids that like I think one of the kids said it when he decommitted because he was told that Coach Prime was leaving to go to Texas A&M. And they had,
Harry, I think the point is
that they had receipts that he was leaving.
But the point is, this is nothing new, and I think because there are
some
people who are now. But I think the point is that because there are new college football fans that have no clue about the history of college football, they tend to be the loudest voice about these things that happen when you're common person that knows college football. It's like, all right, I mean, that's what happens. It's expected. I'm sure Dion expects it. I'm sure he has a counter argument to everything that comes up because he already know the game.
Do y'all? I would sit here and say, do y'all know what goes on a recruiting visit?
Not all the time. Not all of it. No, I know
Do
that.
what? Okay, so
Mm,
I'm not gonna go deep, but that's like back in the day, knew a lot of athletes, hung out. We had kind of stuff that just wasn't necessarily my thing as far as I wasn't good enough. Just be honest with you. But just even in a school like Southern Miss,
mhm.
there is all kind of put it like this. Y'all saw that movie I Got
Oh, that's
Game,
a
right?
flag. That's a flag. That is
Right.
a
Y'all,
freaking flag. You can't throw the dude out of bounds. Just
you're right.
go ahead.
Y'all saw that movie I Got Game, right?
Hmm.
Where they were doing the recruiting and they came in and the girls was in the bed and stuff like that. Okay,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
keep it
yeah.
PG.
I remember
All
that.
right.
Yeah, I saw the movie. Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
understand, like for example, I'll just keep it like Bama, like you couldn't pay players then, but when they would come back from games, they would come in there and they would already be brand new shoes with stacks of $100 bills in them, or like a lot of places where they know they can walk in and get stuff and walk out. That's what happened to Jameis Winston at that Publix getting the thing. But
Crab
when
legs.
recruiting, right, the crab leg. So when they go into those places, they are offered everything, and when I say everything, I mean everything. And I mean they everybody thinks it's squeaky clean, but it's far from it.
Yeah.
It's far from it. And so I'm not saying that Coach Sanders is doing that. I'm not saying that. I just know um,
So
a
no,
lot
no,
of times,
you see, this is what I'm saying. Listen, I'm saying I'm cool with the play the game to win, but the things that are happening to Coach Prime are beyond playing the game to win. I'm talking. It's a whole nother level that's happening right now. People
Yeah.
are literally creating bots to go against what everything that Coach Prime is doing. Like they're creating, they're going channels and doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah. I
So
believe
it's not normal competitive stuff that you would see. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, oh, let me go steal their mascot type stuff. I'm talking about like some crazy, crazy stuff. You like what? If you hear Bucky talking about we were dealing with more than just football stuff, I'm telling you, when the book comes out or when that other documentary comes out, when he's done playing, you will see a lot of the stuff that was going on because right now we can't see it. He's not going to be able to do it. Not yet.
yeah.
It's just a lot of negative, nasty stuff that's going on, which then causes him not to be able to do what he's doing. And I think that the original line of talk that we were having was Coach Prime capable of the black wave? Was Coach Prime really that guy? Was he really going to bring in all of these players? Yes. Coach Prime really had that heat on him. Like from Juice, Coach Prime had the juice. But until people started creating channels to come out and start the campaign of he's a clown and everything, where mothers were being told that if you go over here, this is going to happen to your child. I mean, you will not believe how many kids wanted to come here, but because of the negative campaign against Coach Prime, a lot of those kids didn't come here.
so then how do you stop it?
You can't. It's
Can't.
evil. How do you stop evil?
Can't.
Right.
You
And see,
can't.
that's the thing.
You
Right.
can't stop evil.
Right.
You
So then if we're saying that, see, I'm gonna tell you, the thing I like about your show, Harry, is that it could go in like 1,000 different directions. It really can. Cause see, that's my thing. I look at him as that. How is he gonna handle it? How does and I like even with Phil, like I'm saying, I'm looking forward to next year, but I'm looking for the year after the Shiloh Shadur and the Travis is going and see what
Hmm.
it looks like. Just the same thing that we were looking at Saban when the Bryces were gone and all the Heisman winning or nominated quarterbacks, what was he going to look like without having a team that had all those first round draft picks on? And we see it's not necessarily an easy thing, but I'm looking to see him. I'm gonna tell you something I see in him. I see him really getting more into that Coach Sanders role. And I see how some things, like I think he learned, because I'm gonna tell you right now, the thing that I loved about Coach Prime last year is how he responded after the USC game. What I think he learned from how he responded after the TCU win. That was too much for one game. But but then I watched how he continued to develop on how he addressed the media. He didn't back down from them, but he changed some things up.
Yeah.
But DC, let me tell you this. Imagine his reach. Imagine his bravado. Imagine the type of person that he is. The ones that he missed, the ones that couldn't come or that they were slated not to come. Imagine if he was able to bring those people in. So he's still being Coach Prime. He's still Deion Sanders, who's going out there, who is relatable. He's the most relatable recruiter that you can get, because Jordan Seaton himself said that, like, bruh, I've been recruited by several coaches, and Coach Prime was the most relatable. That's what every kid says. Imagine the ones that were slated not to come. So let's
How
just
many
say,
do you think they were, and how good do you think they were?
look at all of the decommits. I can tell you the kid from I don't remember his name. There's a kid from Nebraska. He was really like top. I don't remember his name, so it's kind of weird for me to even mention it. But we got several kids that were like, if you guys remember that whole time where kids were just decommitting, not even this cycle. I'm talking about the cycle, the 2023 cycle decommits. It seemed like somebody somebody pressed a button and everybody was like, I'm not coming. Do you remember like the kids from Florida making jokes like, you going to Colorado? Everything was like, it was like there was a clown campaign. And I started to realize like something's going on. Like, I don't remember when the clown came into the fold, but once that clown situation hit, that clown campaign, I don't know who started it, but boy, that clown campaign really wreaked havoc on Coach Prime's recruiting for 2023. I'm telling you, Coach Prime would have had a nasty team, but somebody saw something and they went after him viciously. I'm telling you, bro. Imagine if he would have got those kids, but he's not being allowed to just do what he does. People are in the way, like physically getting in the way. They would rather he not get that person. They would get that person, and they would rather he not get that person than they get that person. Like, they would recruit for another team. It's that bad.
But I think the thing with that is because like where's that line cross? Like for example, is we all know talent wins. That's why Colorado's trying to get talent. They didn't have talent. Talent is gonna get you there, and great coaching is gonna take you into games like we're watching right now.
Talent when they're not letting you do it.
Right. So at the end of the day is you're gonna have folks that are saying those things. We don't know who. Well, I mean, we can assume like some people say it's Oregon, and and I've heard
The
about
NCAA themselves.
I get it. But see, that's that. I think that is okay, Harry. I'll keep it real with you. I look at that as what's truth and what's not truth. Because sometimes we'll say stuff. Well, I heard that so and so's cousin told me that that grandmama had given them something about Coach Prime. I mean, it'll just be things that it's like second, third, fourth, sixth, 50th hand information. But at the end of the day, is I do want to see him there. But if we're going to sit back and say
that when you see Tyler Brown had a the number one thing that you can prove when you are applying for a waiver, the number one thing you can prove is mental illness. That's the first thing on the list.
Yeah.
Tyler Brown broke down his mental illness path and says, "This is the reason why I'm here today." And they still said no.
They push back. Yeah.
Number one thing on that list, I did a video for it. Number one thing is mental illness, saying if you have mental illness, you can get a waiver. There was 3 criteria. Your coach leaving, I think it was one thing. It was mental illness, your coach leaving, and then something else. Mental illness was number 1. And guess what? Coach Prime started to win in the portal. This is last year. When I started doing my videos and stuff and started realizing there's a different force going on here where rules were just coming up to start changing all of a sudden. I know some of those could be speculative and whatever, but I'm like, okay, what are we doing here? When people are starting to report that Coach Prime,
Man, you know,
transfer portal rules overnight start changing. When did you realize
but
that
Harry,
NCAA rules can change that quickly?
but Harry,
that
check this out though. But he's not the only person that got screwed over by the NCAA with stuff like that. There was a kid that played football at North Carolina, University of North Carolina, and he transferred to a school, and it was the COVID year, and he didn't even get to play, but they treated that year like an eligible year, even though he didn't even get a chance to play football, and he was moving back home to be closer to his grandmother that was dying, and he had mental health issues as well. Now, luckily for him, he was able to get approved, I think like halfway through the season or something like that. But
you
there are
talking about the wide
situations,
receiver?
yeah. There are situations
Yeah,
not
but do you know
exactly
what
like
they said?
Tyler's, but they happen.
No. Do you know what they said for his case?
What they say?
This is what they said. This is what the NCAA said. We've been asking you for that paper that you had on your desk.
Yeah.
Why didn't you just turn it in?
I remember saying. I remember them saying that. Yeah.
Said, that piece of paper that you had, we've been asking you. Why didn't you turn that piece of paper in?
They had.
Bro, I'm telling you, like, and you would think that this piece of paper, this anonymous piece of paper that they had, that they've been asking him for, who have they been asking? And how come he didn't know about this piece of paper? And out of the blue, North Carolina can go deep into the playoff because of how they are playing. And all of a sudden, before the season's over, maybe 2 or 3 games, maybe 4 games before the season's over, this guy, he gets a call to say, we just realized that you've been trying to get at us, and we didn't know you've been trying to get at us. We've been asking you for that piece of paper. If you think I'm crazy, bro, it was just like that.
Hey, Harry. Also, you know what? When all of this stuff started happening with Coach Prime, and I just a lot of times I just sit back and watch. I watch the media. I watch the news. I watch when people say all kinds of crazy stuff. Everything, even with our little chat group sometimes. And the only thing, and it's gonna reveal some of the things about me to you guys about me. The only thing that could come up in my mind was that jealousy is as cruel as the grave. And that kept coming up over and over in my mind. I don't remember that. I remember that when I was a kid. Jealousy is as cruel as the grave. And so, and that I don't tell a lot of people that because well, who are you talking about? Who are they and stuff like that? I get pushback like that. Well, who are they? You see, they da 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 da. And it's like people oblivious to what's going on around them in our world and stuff like that.
But Willie, we sound crazy when we bring it up. But I got receipts.
That's why I don't bring it up.
That's what I'm saying. We sound crazy when we talk about this stuff because it sounds so outlandish. It sounds like, oh, here they go again. It sounds like those what do they call it? The brown sexuals, like LeBron people who be trying to make excuses about why LeBron didn't get something. But it sounds far-fetched. I ain't gonna lie, but some of the stuff just seems too, huh? You know what I'm saying? Like, what? It just
I'm not gonna argue that there aren't forces at play or that there could be forces at play. What I'm saying is, I don't think it's as deep as you think it is. So I can agree that there are people
I think it's
that
deeper
could
than
be
I
trying
think
to
it is.
pull strings,
I think it's
but
deeper. I'm
but
just
then
a,
I hope that Dion
I'm just
exposes it.
one
Then
person, but
I
Bucky and
hope
them are
he
saying it.
exposes it.
I'm trying to tell you, I'm
No,
just on the outside and reading between the lines and then looking at certain things and like, well, why would it do that? Why would it do that? But the people that are experiencing it, when you just listen to what Bucky be saying, when you listen to Coach Prime, when you look at the frustration that he be having sometimes, you're like, that guy is going through something that is not really like that doesn't really have to do a lot with football. He's going through a lot more than the regular coach. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying. I don't want to stay on this path because there's obviously it's not data that we can prove. These are just the conversations that we would have, like just barbershop type of stuff, because we're not really putting on no data. So let's go back to the game, so that way we can talk about some of the things that we're seeing that we can glean from and see Colorado can fit into this game. Are you noticing how fast Michael Penix is getting rid of this ball?
he got to because they getting back there too quick.
But
So
yeah,
they're
They
down by
getting
one
them 3 seconds
touchdown,
we
right?
talked about.
They're down by one touchdown, right?
Yeah, down by 7 with 5 minutes left.
Who got the ball?
the score. You see my score?
Washington.
Are you disrespecting my scoreboard?
No, I see the score, but I don't see the game. I was watching something else earlier, and
Oh, I'm like, man, I'm doing this hard work putting up the scoreboard. You know, every time y'all see that change, that's a whole new design in Canva. I'm literally designing that thing as the score changes. I gotta design it, I gotta download it, and then I gotta upload it to the program. So I'm working.
Yeah, I know a little bit about that Canva. Yeah, man, that's good work though.
Oh yeah, I'm designing it in Canva, and I'm like, I'm
Ah,
changing the score as they
come.
do it. But okay, so let's look at let's critique a little bit since the game is almost over. Let's go back to critique. If the conversation goes left again, that's fine. I'll let it go. I think I learned from Wild Dog. Wild Dog said let it flow. I've been trying to let it flow as much as I could. But let's get back to the critiquing of this game as far as if Coach Prime gets here, if Coach Prime can get here, is there stuff that we're seeing that's outer worldly that we're saying that Coach Prime that like because how did we say earlier that they can't hang on with any of these teams? Are we
Right.
still on that wave that there's no way that Colorado would be able to compete in this game? Like the score would be
Mich-
way much different.
Michigan would eat Colorado's offensive line up. They would have
Okay,
them for dinner
so
and
right
then a
now
dessert
Michigan would
too,
be up by a lot more.
for sure. For sure,
Okay.
and then their offense would just lean on the run game. So you know what? It might not even be a blowout. It might be a 24-7 situation. But it's one of those situations where it's not a blowout by 40, 50 points. But if you just actually watch the game and see how dominant it was, you would know that that team shouldn't have been on the field with the other team.
Well, Phil, are you talking about Coach Schumer's philosophy or Coach Lewis' philosophy? I'm messing with you.
Hey, it can be Bill Belichick. I'm still gonna think what I think about the team as far as the talent is concerned. But yeah, I got you.
I'm
So
messing with
Yeah, I
you,
just I
bro.
just I just I
Phil,
just think
Phil,
them Michigan boys too
Phil,
good,
let's let's
man.
let's let's give some data. Let's give a little bit of data. So we're bringing in a few guys. The new line, the new defensive line. You don't trust that they'll do a little bit better than last year because isn't a lot of our assessments based on last year's line?
They will do a little bit better, but Michigan is still that darn good. Period.
that's
See,
going
I
to be
think
tough. That's going to be
I,
tough, Harry, because we had so many people that were hurt that I didn't even know about. Man, we had people that were injured last year. That's a tough one.
Do you think
I
the
think
injured? Do you think Willie? You think the injured players were significant enough that if they weren't hurt, that we would have been a whole new team, a whole different team,
I think we would have, but I don't know for
a
sure.
whole new team?
Not a whole new team, but some holes
Maybe a
could have
little
been
different
plugged.
here and there.
But some holes could have been plugged. I don't. The one that I've seen that's gotten better now. Yeah, we go. Well, why wasn't it? And I didn't even know there were. Like we had that many injured. So I don't know. It's
Hey, I
hard to
got a
know.
question. A question with that O line the way it was. And again, maybe I didn't see enough of it, or maybe I wasn't looking for it. But I do have a question for y'all, especially if y'all uh, football gurus that are really deep in the X and O.
I'm one of
Do
the
you,
gurus. Go ahead, ask. I'm ready.
okay? Do you do you think it's because the O line was so porous? Do you think maybe running more screens would have helped? You would have let them come in, and then you have the ability to maybe hit like a Dylan Edwards or somebody out there in the flat or something like that, and then at least get some of y'all. So at least it would keep them honest.
I would love to have seen that.
But these here this is a complicated question that you have. It is so loaded because then it's gonna throw us into a whirlwind, a tailspin again. We're gonna spin out of man. I'm telling you, there was so much about last year that just it leaves your head spinning, and I just want to forget it already. Like I want to forget it because I feel like okay, if I if I want to be fair and say okay, Coach Prime didn't really have he only had a duct tape team, and we're gonna give it to him as a duct tape team and say okay, you know what? Maybe he didn't have a team. Let's allow him to have this year and see what he does. Then maybe and critique the plays like the screens, the run game, and all of these things, and see what he puts on that. Now, if he gives us the same old thing, then we got to unleash the beast, right? Because then it's like, oh, okay, so then you lied to us, right? But I gotta chuck it up to he didn't really have a cohesive team. He had some duct tape and maybe some scotch tape, and he went to work and did the best that he could.
You
That's
mean
the
the
best.
team that came out the portal? I'm
Yeah,
messing with you. I'm messing with you.
no,
I'm
no,
messing
yeah,
with you. But
because
yeah, I get what you're
because
saying.
whether it was
I'm
high
messing with
school or Porto, no matter what, it was like, yo, you inherited something at the end of the day, and you had to do the best you had to do because you came in, and whether your narrative worked against you or worked with you, the kids did not understand what he was trying to do, obviously. So a lot of them jumped after that spring portal, after that spring game, and then he was left to have to fend for himself, like just figure some things out because at the end of the day, what are you gonna do?
So I got a question for this panel and everybody, and even the people in there. And again, this is not me saying my feelings. It's just asking a question. So, Coach, we are talking about Colorado hopefully being in the championship game like this, which I see Michigan got that run threat, which is I see that working. But the thing I would ask is that with, when Coach Prime was in the SWAC, never won a celebration bowl, which is like a major type of not necessarily on the same level of the championship game, but do people have concerns about him being able to get in and win the great game, the big games like these, or is it to a point of, hey, he's developing, and I think that whatever happened with the Celebration Bowl is no indicator.
Oh, I watched that Celebration Bowl. He almost won that Celebration Bowl. The kid dropped the ball. Had this kid would have held on to that ball, because they came back. They were down and they came back. So he would have won that thing. But I you know, he I don't know. I don't know how to really answer that other than the fact that um
I don't think the Celebration Bowl has any weight on what's going on here. I think the Celebration Bowl was the Celebration Bowl, and this whole time is almost like saying, well, okay, let's look at this. If he couldn't win the Celebration Bowl, do you think he can win it here? I-
Well, I
but
think with the Celebration Bowl, he was Jackson State was the better team both times, and they weren't able to rise to the occasion. And if you also look at those games, you saw they got whooped on both lines of scrimmage. And for whatever reason, Dion didn't change his recruiting philosophy once he got to Colorado. because when he said on the Rich Eisen show on Radio Row for the Super Bowl when he first took the job, he said we like to recruit from the outside in. He wants to recruit skilled players and then move towards the line. When what he should have been doing was the opposite. He should have been recruiting from the inside out. Because if you look at these top programs, you look at the teams that were top six, top 10 in the nation, they have solid offensive lines, solid defensive lines.
Also, in that Celebration Bowl, what happened was when they found out, when a lot of the players found out that he was leaving or that he was going, they bailed on him. So he had a lot of people on defense that, but he at least had some good guys on the team to play. They bailed on him, bro, because they didn't like the fact that he was leaving.
Well, what
So how many people do we know? How many
that
people
first
actually
one?
left?
No, I can find out though. I'm not gonna find out now, but I'll
And
find.
was it significant enough for them to lose the game like that?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's the question I always have. Anybody out there, let me just put this out there to the people in the chat. Chat guys, if anybody know about the situation with the Celebration Bowl, if you guys can let us know, like what exactly happened with the Celebration Bowl players and the players that sat out, was it enough for Coach Prime to affect him from winning? If that's the case, then what he was working with, he was still able to coach them to that point, then I would say that would be something that we got to look into. But I don't know anything about the Celebration Bowl as far as behind the scenes. So if anybody out there got information about behind the scenes Celebration Bowl, how many players sat out, and was that significant enough to win or lose the game? So let us know.
So with that said, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with that said, do you think that Coach Sanders, let's say in a game that's kind of like tight, like this is a one-score game, do you believe that he is at the level now that where he can drop? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
He's beyond this level already. He's already gone beyond this level. Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you believe that his coaching staff is at this level?
Yes.
Okay.
Harry, you got a lot of beliefs, Harry.
I believe. I'm like Harry. I believe. Hell yeah. I mean, heck yeah.
I don't see why you guys believe him. Coach promised yet to prove that he can do it on this level. I don't know what you guys are saying.
But let me tell you why I believe. I'll tell you why I believe.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I will post this in some question formats as well. Panda, give me a second. I'll post this in a question format. Panda, welcome to the show. Just hold on for a second, okay, Panda?
Cool.
So this is the reason why I believe, guys. When you have championship under your belt as a coach, when it comes from the pee-wee, then it goes to high school, then it goes to college. I know that some people maybe they look at that experience as a whole nother experience based on who got it. But why is it that we can't use this information and it's his resume? Like if it was anybody else's resume, let's just say we would trust Sean Lewis more with that resume than we would with Coach Prime, as if it doesn't exist at all. And it's like time for us to stop doing that for some. Why we keep doing that? Because to win high school national titles is not an easy feat. So we dismiss that like it doesn't even exist. So that's experience as a champion, as a coach. Now, I'm not going to his playing days. I'm not even going to touch that before y'all come and fry me. I'm just talking about the fact that he's a champion as a coach. So we got it from high school. We can go 2 years or 3 years, however you want to spin it. This is in one of the best football states in the world. in the country. That's Texas. If we can all not agree that Texas is one of the best football towns in the nation, then I don't know where it is, because football is like drinking water in Texas. Because in other arguments, that's what they say. All right, and he was
Harry,
able to win national
Harry, I'm
titles.
from Texas, bro. I'm from Texas, man.
So
Coach
you
Prom,
agree about Texas football? Because I'm
yeah,
not done with my.
Texas football, man. It's dogs, bro.
Okay, so with that being said, we got to say, as a coach, being able to win high school national championships from Texas being one of the toughest football places, we got to take that as an experience that he brings to the table. And then we go to the HBCU with a team that was not even on the map. He went and took them, made them relevant, won the championship in the division, in the conference,
2
twice,
years. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So to do that, that's a championship pedigree of a coach.
Yeah, there are different levels, Harry. Each time you're
I'm
going up
talking about
another
the levels.
level. So
I'm not going to diminish
now
the
he has
level.
to prove it on this level.
So that's what I'm saying, and that's why I'm being careful how I phrase this.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but what we do, because it's Coach Prime, is that we saying we just take the whole thing away, because a championship pedigree. There's a lot of coaches that are coaching that have not won it from the levels that they've been on. A lot of coaches coaching have not won it on the different. Can y'all lower your volume, please? The feedback is coming in. So there's a lot of coaches that do not have the pedigree that he has as a coach, and as a new coach, the type of pedigree that he has for championship. So that's why I'm like, yo, why I say that when we talk about this guy, we distract, we take away everything that he has earned that we would associate with any other coach that we bring up in an argument, and give him everything that they earned, and then start the conversation from there. When it comes to Coach Prime, we got to start from, oh, he's an FSB and he had never done nothing. Oh, forget about that 40-40-20, and that's it. How can we do that?
Harry.
But Harry, he gotta earn it, Harry. We can't just
let me
give him
ask
flowers,
something,
man.
right? Let me ask Phil something, because to say a coach who coaching on the college level to get to the championship game in 2 years isn't something to celebrate baffles me. To say that or to assume that he didn't change around JSU is problematic. I don't understand why we are diminishing his coaching acumen when we can look at it. Like, this is, forget high school. Let's put we talking on the coaching level at college. So to say he didn't produce as a college coach is weird to me, man. Especially all y'all who say y'all love HBCUs. And I'm putting this to Phil specifically. If you are a lover of HBCUs, as you
DC,
say,
aren't you HBCU as well?
huh?
DC, aren't you HBCU?
Yes, and I think Phil, you went to Southern, didn't you? I went to Alabama State.
No, sir.
And I
No,
went.
sir.
To,
No,
I
sir.
went. I went to Houston Tillotson in Austin.
So
the
on
whole
the
panel,
I went
panel,
to
the whole
Grambling.
panel is
I
HBCU,
went to
because I went to
Grambling.
Bowie State.
Heck
So-
yeah.
so on the panel is represented, and you are telling me that y'all cannot look and say, for a first-time college coach to do what he did isn't commendable. What are we doing?
What did he do,
So I
Panda?
want to be very clear. I want to be very clear.
Wait.
I-
Before you answer, Phil,
Yeah, what did he do?
is that a serious question?
Yeah. What did he do?
I'm not even gonna respond to that. You go ahead, Phil.
No, for real. What did he do?
I'm not even gonna respond to that. I'm not gonna.
Are
do
you
that.
being funny, or are you just asking a serious question?
No, I'm serious, Harry. What did he do?
Do you not know, or do you? I mean, because I don't get it.
No, no,
I'm
I
not
want to hear
answering
what
that
did
I
he
question.
do.
said it though. I said
So
it.
for him to have that
Coach
position
Prime
he's
won
having,
two conference championships.
No, Harry, we're not talking about the SWAC. He still lost the Celebration Bowl. Got beat by teams with had
But
like
you just
six
said,
and six
what did he
record.
do? Like, what do you
What
mean?
did
What did
he
he do?
do? I mean, his first year at the Power
one
Five.
of the
What did he do?
celebration bowls, some players sat out
No, no,
for
that's
prospect.
excuses. No,
Let me finish. You asked,
no.
so let me cook you now. Some of the players sat out, like Tennis Channel said, because they were projected to make a run at the NFL. So get your facts right. Stop being facetious, bro. I have a
You got
problem
beat by
when you
six
doing
and
this.
six teams, and you had
What?
a better talent. You got old coach. Let's move on to the
No,
Power Five.
nobody's
What did he
saying he
do?
didn't get out coached. But if you
What
look
did
at
he
the
do?
game, it was a position play, was a possession play, and that's football. The
Once
best man win on the day. But to diminish the quality that he put out on the field, given where he come from, coming in as a COVID coach, and to turn that program around in 1 year, come on, man. What are we
So, Panda,
saying?
let
Panda,
me
we're
ask this
not
question. Y'all
diminishing
man,
that. I ask you,
y'all
what
man, I
did
That
he
got
is
a
what
do?
you're saying, bro.
y'all
You
man,
are
I got
not
a
giving
question for
him
you.
credit
Does
for college
does
acumen.
conference titles matter?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
why does the SWAC conference title doesn't matter for Deion Sanders?
No, I said it.
I,
The question is not pertaining to the SWAC, Harry. The question is pertaining to what has he done at the Power Five. That's what the question is directed at.
But it's yet to be proven. What do you mean?
but
Yo,
He just
what
getting
is
but
wrong with
Harry,
started.
this dude, man?
Okay,
can I address
it's
Panda
yet.
because he
What
asked me a
do
It's
question
you
yet.
mean?
directly?
He's just getting
Yeah,
started.
yeah, Phil, because I know you won't give me
What?
information based on fact, because I could be
Wait,
wrong. So, Phil,
stop,
let me hear
stop.
you.
Everybody stop. Stop. Listen, Yardman, your expectations as a first year FBS football ball subdivision was he was supposed to just do it now?
No, that's not what your expectation and Panda's expectation is different. That's what I'm saying. You
What is my
understand, Harry,
What did
that
he
expectation,
do? What did
Yardman?
he do? What do you mean?
What
What
is
did
my
he do
that's what I'm
though?
expectation?
saying. What did he do in year one at CU? That's what I'm trying to hear.
But that
What did he
wasn't the
do?
topic, bro.
But
What
yeah,
you
that's what I'm
doing?
saying. How
What
does
did
that
he
take
do?
away
Come
his
on,
pedigree
bro.
as a coach, as a winning coach? How
What
does
are you
what he did
doing?
this year take away from the fact that he has championship pedigree, blood flowing through his veins in him? How does that take that away by asking that question?
Harry, I didn't take away his SWAC championship.
But
I'm
that's what you're
saying
doing by saying, what did he
what has
do?
it is pertaining to what has he done at the Power Five. We're not talking about SWAC.
He's
SWAC is
1
We
gone.
were
year in.
talking about HBCUs. What are you talking about?
He's
Well,
1 year in. You can't take away.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Listen,
Harry is just talking about high
Panda,
school.
Panda, hold on. Let's make sure we're not talking over each other. This is why I laid it out the way that I laid it out. This is the reason why I did it, and I was very specific and I was very careful to lay out the way that I laid it out, so I didn't step on one thing to get to the next. I just said if there is any other coach, right? Because the goalpost is going to move when it comes to coaching. When you put your work on paper, when you lay it out on paper as your resume, it seems like when it comes to Coach Prime, the way the order that he did it in, Pee Wee, high school, college. If any coach that has been coaching for as long as he's been coaching had this pedigree, had this line of every level that he's been on, he's won the championship at. If any other coach had that, they get the benefit of doubt. They get the benefit of using their resume. And people will start the conversation there. But every time we talk about Coach Prime, we never start the conversation with his championship pedigree. We don't want to even mention championship pedigree when it comes to him. And I'm saying, let's use that as the measurement stick to say he has the experience. Because what's the original question? We haven't even gotten there. The original question was from DC. He's been quiet. We're trying to get to that place. I'm just saying he has it. I said yes to even start the conversation, and then I started my list of why he has the experience. because he's won at every level already. You don't need nothing else. In college as well. And this is college. This is just the next level for college, which has better recruiting, more money, and that's it.
That ain't it, Eric. You got to be a better
That is
coach
it.
also.
I
No, it's
got
not.
information. That is
No,
it.
it's not. Because if you're the same level,
More
if you're
money,
the
more
same level
resources.
coach
That's it.
as
That's
as
it.
FBS, and
That is
you're not
it.
elevating your level of coaching, you're the same person. You
But
got to get
no,
better
You are
every year, buddy.
expecting
when
an
it comes to
elevation
FCS
in one
or FBS,
season.
it's more money, more resources. That's it. There's
No, it's
nothing else.
not.
Harry,
No,
Harry,
it's
let me
not.
ask him this. Let me ask you this. Yardman, what would be a successful season for a first-year coach at his level? What does that look like to you?
Win a bowl game. That's it.
At his level,
You
you
made
mean
a
not?
comparison between the SWAC, and so
Uh-huh.
tell me what a first-year Deion Sanders success looks to you at that level.
At the Power 5 level or the SWAC level? Which one?
You pick anyone, bro. What does a successful coach, forget Deion Sanders. Let me take Deion out of the way. What does a first-year successful coach look like to you?
A championship
Kinda.
pedigree coach.
I'm not
I
gonna
made
lie to
it very
you.
easy for you. Take
I'm not
Deion
gonna lie to
Sanders out
you.
of the
I
way.
would say, Harry, compared if we're taking everything out of it, and Prime went 4-8, I would say that was a successful year. But that's not the narrative that Prime threw at everybody.
That is
He
not,
said,
there's no
"I'm gonna
buts
win
in
now.
that. You
I'm
just
gonna win
said
now."
out of your own mouth, a successful season for a first-year coach is 4-8. He
That's not who you
produced
talking
a
though.
4-8 season, and you are critical beyond the expectation that you personally
No,
have.
I am
That is
critical.
why I often say sometimes I think the haterade juice with you is extremely strong, because I've told you, use a coaching dynamic that doesn't include Prime, and you gave me the same record that CU currently has. So
Panda,
explain to
I am
me
not
what
critical
changes
of
it.
I am critical of Coach Prime coaching abilities. He has not demonstrated that he's on that level as the other coaches.
You
He's not.
just told me
He's not.
any coach that is coaching in the first year, you would expect a 4-8 record. So
Yes, I
if the
would.
coach has a 4-8 record, he should meet the standard that you qualify for a successful first time. So
No,
how are you changing that now?
Panda,
Undefined
you're just looking on a win result. I'm not
I'm not
grading
saying that. I
Dion on a
asked
four.
you a
I'm grading
specific
Prime on
question.
his coaching abilities. His coaching abilities is not there yet, and he's
I
learning, and
asked
it's
you a
okay to say that
specific
he's learning.
question about
He's
coaching.
only going to get better.
I said take Prime out of it. I asked you to be specific about coaching in general. I asked you to take Prime out of it. You gave me 4-8. So that means that
Yeah,
any coach that fits into that scenario, you are comfortable with them winning 4-8. Now, when Coach Prime name comes up, you changed it. That is being a weirdo. So the reason why I asked Phil the question specifically, I know Phil will tell me, I feel like this because XYZ. That is why I come on the panel. I want people to disagree with me with factual information, because I'm not standing here like I'm alpha of the information. So that's why I
Come on,
asked
Washington, let's
Phil
go.
specifically. Because
so
when you
So
disagree, Yardman, you're not disagreeing based on logic. Because I used your own logic
Hold
against
it.
you.
no, so
Stop
Panda,
it.
hold on. So you're saying Deion Sanders or Coach Prime had a great coaching season. His coaching was up to par. His coaching was on that level.
I am saying for first year coach,
No,
what
no, no,
he
no, 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 no. Take out
demonstrated,
first year. Take out first year. We talking
but
about
you are
levels,
making the
coaching levels.
separation in the different conferences. You made
Because
that
they're different
distinction
levels,
that
Panda. They're different levels
HBCU,
of coaching.
I
Let's
am
go.
using your
Panda,
litmus test.
Panda. This is getting away from the original question because you and and your men are not going to come to a place where y'all can even meet before y'all can even move the conversation forward, because you're going to keep like beating the same dead horse. The original question from DC was, is Coach Prime even ready on this level? Like, I didn't even hear the whole question. I just said, yeah, yes, 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 yes.
Can I answer?
That's all I
Yes,
want.
but I
So
just
my
want to
question was
remind
to
us
Phil.
of the original question. Is Coach Prime even ready on this level to DC? Are you still here, brother?
I'm still here.
Man, thank you for being patient. Can you please re-articulate your question? And I'm gonna bring on Griff, and he's gonna join the conversation so that we can all try to answer your question without us like beating a dead horse.
Right.
Please reiterate your question.
What I was saying is watching the game and the teams that were in the playoffs. I'm saying and looking at the past and the which means that the season last year and others, you can go back as far as you want to. Do you think coach is at the level now? We're just asking the question to be able that his coaching proficiency is now at the level where he can get into games like this and go head to head with those coaches.
So, Griff, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in.
Hey, what's going on, Harry B? What's going on, everybody in the panel?
So,
Can y'all
bro,
hear
Hey,
me?
what's up?
Are you ready to jump head in? Are you ready to go?
Sure, but I do have a little bit of different perspective and insight. My son plays Power Five right now.
Okay.
So when I hear this conversation, it's fun to hear, but I just think that you guys got to give Coach Prime a little bit of grace. So if you look at the first season of like the well-off media, if you remember all those people that he brought in from JSU, as far as like the Coach Mo, strength and conditioning, your meal prep program, your recovery. Remember he brought the lady that was massaging his feet and all that. All that's a
Mm-hmm.
part of the backbone of what creates your program. And y'all just talking about what you see on Saturdays.
Mm-hmm.
You have to understand this man is doing heavy lifting. Remember, they had to create his office. He just got there. So all I'm saying is, I mean, don't be so intrigued with skipping the process. 4-8 is great for what he did. I do have a little bit of issues with him coaching on the field. Like Shador shouldn't have been in the whole game of the Oregon game. He should have pulled him. It's certain games that when they tried to put him back in the Wazoo game at Washington State, they should have left him out of that
You talking
because
about
they saw.
when he was lately needing a shot to just breathe?
Yes, yeah, they should have left them out. That's coaching, that's personnel, you know what I mean? Like even when Travis got hurt initially, they tried to put him back in. So these are the things, but that's not necessarily on Prime, but that's a part of the program where he's still building. And we're not giving him grace. We're just saying, well, year two, yeah, he gonna get all these players out the portal and go straight to the championship. We got to hold up a little bit because he's going against programs that's established. They got 3 and 4 deep players on each level of their offense and defense, and their strength and conditioning is A1, top of the line with all the technology, bells and whistles. He's still building. So all I say is just give him some grace. For right now, no, he's not ready yet. I think he will be though. And I land there.
Yeah,
How much grace according to Tom are you giving him?
I'm giving him 4 years.
man, this man knows football. This man knows football.
I'm
4
gonna give
years.
him. I'm gonna give him as much time as he needs.
Yeah, right, Willie. Where you gonna
Willie,
be at?
Willie, you a nice guy, man.
At
I
home
just want to
Hey,
say that. Willie, you a nice
Hey,
guy.
Willie,
I appreciate you.
I hope you
I
like
just want
Dr.
to say
Umar.
that.
I hope you're building your own school because he gonna need you.
hey brother, I'm gonna tell you this. You are right on that thing as far as like strength and conditioning. When I was teaching at UAB, I went and sat down. I was eating in one of the cafeterias, and one of the guys, the guy over the food service place came and sat down and talked to me, and he was saying that he was because I'm military. He was also retired military as well. and I was still serving at that time, and he said we started talking about stuff, and you have to feed fuel soldiers, and he said this. He said, let me tell you about the UAB football team and how I work with feeding. He said when they first came in, their diets was garbage, and that we were going like 3 and 9, 4 and 8. He said, but then when we changed it, when we got the dietitians, the nutritionists and stuff, he said then we went from being not good to very competitive. And then I went in there and saw the stuff that they did, like because I started bringing. They had their sports psychologists. I brought them to my class to train my cadets, the nutritionists, all that kind of stuff. And my PT scores, the physical training scores, shot up off the roof. I had all the best ones because I saw us like, man, they had like whole thing from their stretching, all that stuff. And then like he was telling me about how Alabama does, which is on another level. All that to say is you're exactly right. That's part of also where we touch on getting those high school kids, because a lot of them kids don't have the frame, and a lot of them are eating right. Like I still don't understand why Travis Hunter is always eating some KFC, but that's we can talk about that later. But
DC,
what's
are
that?
you aware that coach did everything you just listed?
Yeah, well, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Because we had that discussion when he was at JSU, and we were talking about how like that one of the reasons why most of the schools in the SWAC could not compete, because he brought those people in. And if you ever went to an HBCU weight room or some of their facilities and stuff, it's not even the same. There's not those people that do massages. There's not those people that go in and can actually do like some of them do like those red light, infrared saunas and all that stuff that's just like blood flow to the area. Those I forget what they're called, the systems where they put like the LED, put the stuff on you to stimulate your muscles, get blood flow, all that good stuff, even acupuncture, that kind of stuff. So that's one of the reasons why many of those schools couldn't compete. It's because JSU had the best conditioning and strength and feeding program in the SWAC.
And about the KFC reference, that is part of the NIL, bro. So it is a gift and a curse at the same time.
Yeah, but here's one of the thing. Travis ain't played a whole season since he's been playing. Now, I know last year with Colorado State, I get that. But if you take a look, that diet has a lot to do with your ability to stay on the field.
He got hurt, bro. You can't use him being hurt against him in that way. But I agree with you in terms of health and conditioning. We saw part of the documentary that they struggle with that definitely in the beginning. But as they went on, I think Travis would be the hard one to use conditioning is. I mean, he played both ways, man. Counted snaps. You are right in using that analysis, but Travis is the wrong person to pin that on.
But I got a question. I got a question for Griff, because we like pushbacks on this show. So, you still there, Griff?
I'm still here, bro.
All right, Coach Prime. The your grace period of 4 years is not Coach Prime's wishes. So when we talk on the show, we try to say, okay, Coach Prime wished to win now, and he's doing everything that he can do to win right now. So what comes first? Him allowing himself to have that grace so that we can get on board? Or do we have to say, okay, just take it. We know you don't want it. Take it. Because we're only talking on this line based upon what his wishes are. And one of his proclamations is now it's a requirement. It's not even a hope anymore. So what do we as fans, what are we supposed to talk about when the person that we're supposed to give the grace to is not even taking the grace himself?
But as a fan, what we got to do is love the process. We got to love the 4-8, and then the 6-6 or 8-4, and then we get to the top 12, and we might lose in the first round of the playoffs, and then the whole process. We got to be in love with the process. You look at Michigan; he had to go through 3 years of ass whippings to get here. His first challenge was Jim Harbaugh. He had to lose to Ohio 2 years in a row. Then he finally made it to a playoff, and Georgia smoked him. Then he made it again. TCU smoked him. Now he's here. Like, this is why it's so big for them. But he had to learn. And if you go on like I've seen Michigan's facilities. I've been to Ohio State where they got 4 different cafeterias and 2 different weight rooms. That's huge. The whole team can fit in there with the type of technology that will blow your mind as far as getting your body right. It's not even close. Coach Prime is trying to build that from scratch. And that's why I say we have to give him grace. That's all I'm saying. It's not that I don't think he still has a lot to learn on the field, in game adjustment coaching, and he's still getting his staff together. That's one piece. But I think he's a hell of a leader, and with his charisma, he's going to win games that he shouldn't. But beyond that, as far as getting to this level, this college playoff, winning a championship, it's going to take 4 years to get his program where he needs to be. And he's going to take bits and pieces of the bigger programs, the Nick Sabans, and what you don't think, why you think he's so close to Nick Saban? You don't think he's going to steal some of those techniques?
Then let that start with him. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying we're out here having to defend the ticket, and I call him the ticket. We're here trying to find ways to see how his 12th team playoff thing is gonna work, and we're trying to help him out. But what you're saying, we're ready for, but I think it has to start with him.
But Harry, let me push back on you a little bit. When you want to lose weight, right? Do you say, "Hey, I just want to lose 1 pound"?
Make it make sense. I'm listening. I'm not going to answer those questions.
When you want to lose weight, do you go into your weight loss journey saying, "I want to lose 1
I'm
pound"?
talking Prime. I'm not answering crazy questions.
No, because the analogy fits. You have big goals. You have big dreams. When you started TLP Sports, did you say, "Hey, I just want to have 10 viewers and I'm going to be happy"? You go in with a knock it out the park mentality, right? So if somebody is having that type of mentality, it is also a part of winning. So that mentality,
100,000 subscribers. It's on my phone,
right? So
what is that? But that's not saying what I'm saying. But
it's in the same
what I'm
ballpark.
saying. I'm saying it starts with him. I'm not saying you don't take incremental you don't set big goals. What I'm saying is I want to give him the grace, but I think as far as the grace is concerned, the coach has to communicate his expectations to us, and then we take it from there, right? So if
but
he has
his expectations is to win.
Hello?
His expectations is to win, right?
No, that's not just the expectation is to win. I'm talking about the way that he communicates his expectations. It comes down to if you're telling the fan base that right now the expectation is to make the playoff, the 12 team playoff, that's what the expectation is, and that's not my words, but his words. And then Griff says, y'all got to give Coach Prime grace. He needs 4 years. I'm saying I'm willing to give the grace. I'm ready to give that grace if he would just communicate that and says, we about to hunker down, we about to do X, Y, and Z, and this is what it's going to take. I'm willing to ride that train too. But if he's saying, I want to make 12 team, I come out here from day one. We've been talking about how do we get to 12? Have we not been talking about that, guys?
Yeah, but I think Coach Prime didn't say we was going to go to that. He said he wants to be in that game. He wants to have the problem.
That's the expectation, he says. His words, not mine. The expectation is to make 12. That's his words. If you listen to the Stephen A. Smith interview, his expectation is 12 to make the 12-team playoff. That's the expectation.
So Harry,
go ahead, Phil.
If I could jump in. So I don't want to move the conversation backwards to what we was talking about earlier. I want to address what we're talking about right now. But if you're saying that, no, but if you're saying that, our expectations should be his expectations, then you have to hold him to that same standard. And I think if you took Dion and hooked him up to a lie detector, he would tell you that he would prefer to have a few more better players than what he got in the transfer portal. I think he would be honest with you and tell you that this team is still not ready to compete to be in that top 12. So if you're gonna hold him to, if you're gonna say that that's his standard, so that's my standard now, then you gotta hold him to it. You gotta hold him to it.
But what are my choices? Just help me out. What are my
No,
choices?
I just then I just want to make sure we let you know when you're not holding them to that standard. We're gonna be like, hey, Harry, you let
No,
them off a
because
little too
I want to
easy.
know as a fan, from a fan standpoint, you take your leader and you hoorah with him, right? Isn't that what fans do? You hoorah
You
with their
should ride or
leader,
die.
right? So you say, "Let's go," right? So I think that's what we're doing. We're saying,
Yeah,
"Let's
but you telling let's go to a 11-10 team. So I think he has to come in there and like, yo, we can do this and we gonna do
It
it
sounds
now.
double standard. It sounds double standard to me what you're saying. You're not telling me that let him say what he's gonna say about where he wants to be. Don't take that. Don't believe him. Just give him the grace give him the natural progression grace. I know the natural progression. I know that development takes time at certain levels. So you're saying doesn't it sound disingenuous for you to say don't believe him? So I should think that he's lying, that he wants to get there.
Yeah, but I think anybody who is a football fanatic, regardless of your fan or not, understand how the game of football goes. There's no leapfrog in football of that magnitude.
But that's on him, not on me.
But this is
But
this is what, this is what
at
my
the
man.
same time, I could say
He
Florida
doesn't know that.
State.
He know that better than I do. I'm not
I
a
could
coach.
say Florida State went in that and like, hey, I'm gonna go to the transport portal and we're gonna go undefeated. So it depends on a lot of factors. It depends on
Why
quality
are
of
you
players.
telling me that? Tell him that.
No, but this is what I heard my
Why
man
are you
said
telling me
earlier.
that? I'm not the one that
This,
said it.
but this is what what we were saying.
Why
This
are
is
you
what I heard my man said earlier.
telling me that? I'm not the one that said it. I'm not the one that said. I'm just trying to say I'm with Coach Prime. Let me find a way. Let me look through what he's getting, the pieces that he is able to bring in. Let me look at it and see if his proclamation is possible. That's all I'm saying. I'm not
Well,
saying
it's not possible. We unanimous on the decision is not possible.
But this is what
okay
my
then.
hey Harry,
We
did
are
you hear that?
unanimously saying it's not possible next year or the year, possibly the year after, to go probably 10. And he could get there in the conference he is by losing 2 games
I'm
and
just
still
gonna
getting
let
there.
y'all know that you guys are not you guys. That's not how Deion Sanders thinks. I'm just want to let y'all know. Even though y'all are saying that it's not possible, and I can meet y'all halfway. I'm gonna let you know that Deion Sanders, the way that he believes and the way that he moves, he is not in agreement with y'all. Just so you know.
Harry, what my man said it earlier, and here's what's on me. This is what's on all of us. And he said, I don't know if he said it, but some other people said it. And I heard somebody tell me this years ago. Trust the process. If I tell you I'm going to do something, I give you a timetable, and I'll tell you, okay, look, trust the process. See, we don't want to go through the process. We want it now. Got to have it now. Well, you said it was going to happen. Trust the process. If I tell you it's going to happen, it's going to happen. But your job is to trust the process. And
So
when we get in trouble,
Organizations have visions.
that makes sense. A little bit.
The leader sets the leader sets the vision for the organization. If your leader tells you that my vision is for us to get here next year, right? If the leader says we're getting here next year, y'all telling me that I shouldn't believe the leader?
No, believe him. If you say next year,
It,
I'm expecting that. I'm expecting us to get
as
there.
as long as you're mature enough to understand that those goals might be irrational, but you still want to ride with your coach, I'm okay with that. And as long as you don't hold them to that standard, I'm okay
Yeah.
with that. I
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
agree with it,
I
but
think
I mean,
that's where
you know,
that I think that's why I do my show every day, so that I can give a realistic look at his these are his expectations. These are the things that he would like to his vision. These are the things that he would like to do, right? And then I like to say, okay, based on this expectation, based on and then the pieces that he's getting, let me evaluate the pieces that he's getting and see if the if the pieces even meet halfway to accomplishing the goals that he wants to accomplish.
Harry, I
And I
just
think
saw a
that's
comment.
fair.
Harry, I just saw a comment. It said the vision is long term and the mission is short term. And I
Okay.
agree with that.
Mhm.
Okay. So what's the mission?
The mission is to get to that playoffs.
No, the mission would be getting the right players. The mission can't be getting to the playoffs.
The short
You
term,
can't.
no, listen now. The short term is getting the right coaches, getting the right players, and developing the culture necessary to get you to your vision. So you can set a goal of I want to lose 40 pounds. The short
No.
term,
Don't go back there. Don't go back there because
it's
listen,
my analogy.
2024 is 12 team. And I'm gonna put it here so y'all don't talk my head off. This is not my wish. This is not my wish. I want to make this very plain and clear. It is not me saying this. Look on here in 2024, college football right now. Michigan is going to be the championship, the champion this year, as it's looking right now. In 2024, when we reset everything, Coach Prom wants to get here. So don't be telling me, don't tell me nothing, all of these beautiful things about how dreams are achieved. Listen, you're preaching to a guy that talks this talk. I know how dreams and lose these beautiful things that you can wrap me up in. Don't do that because it doesn't help me.
Harry,
He said
given the current
2024
status
we're
of
getting here. Do you not
given the
believe we're
current
getting here in
status of
2024?
CU, would you
Huh?
send your child there?
Do you believe we're getting here in 2024?
With the current status of the program, would you send your child there?
Do you believe we're getting here in 2024?
We all unanimously told you no.
Okay, then the conversation's mute. That means Deion Sanders stripping.
But
He's
we are
not. He's
also
not.
saying that he's doing the necessary things, like Griff said, to get us there. And we understand it could happen in 3 years.
2024. You're not getting my drift.
So for 2024, I said I like his O-line coach. That is a step in the right direction to get us there. For 2024, I like the pieces that he was able to get coming from a 1-11 team, a 4-8 team. I like the pickups he was able to get. That is projected to get us there. So the steps he made postseason is giving me encouragement. We can win more than 4 games. My projection was 8. I got overexcited when we got Seton. I went up to 10, and then I realized that I'm tripping, and I went down to 9. And then Phil said something made me go back to 8.
Now, see, but Harry, like a microcosm of what we talking about is playing out right now. You see what's going on with Washington. You see how Penix look right now.
Penix is getting your daughter right now.
Right, he's getting beat up, right? But that's what we saying. Like the strength and conditioning, they have. Like when we talk about winning the championship, a national championship, how many people have you seen limp off from Michigan? None.
Yeah.
None. They've been like because the strength and conditioning is there. Like Washington is still building, and they're a damn good program. So what I'm saying is,
I got something for y'all. I got something for y'all.
Oh, can I throw something in there real quick?
You gotta come good, Harry. Go ahead.
Hold on, Phil, because this is a double-edged sword. And I want to tell you why this is a double-edged sword. You remember earlier we were talking about the different groups in the Coach Prime universe? I think DC talked about the different groups as well. If in one instance we agree to say Coach Prime this is a pipe dream. If we say, Coach, this is a pipe dream, there's going to be one group of people that's going to come for your head. Okay? Because what we're saying is we are rational enough to say what Coach Prime's hopes and dreams are for that national top 12 team to be hopefully to be here in January the 8th or January the 4th, whenever it drops that year on 2024. We're saying that's crazy, Coach. But in other arguments, we want to say we believe. You can't have your cake and eat it too. So what are we doing? Let me bring Sam on the panel. Sam, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in.
Hey everybody. I don't know. I'm super excited. I will say this. I did look up the averages on head coaches first year inheriting teams that are 1-11. On average, when someone inherits a team the way Coach Prime is, they usually win, anywhere from 3 to 4 games their first year. So he's kind of like right where he's supposed to be. There have been some breakout exceptions. Chip Kelly, when he inherited a 1-11 team, he went 9 or 10 games. He won the first year. He won a lot of games. So there have been some exceptions where people have inherited a situation like Coach Prime and went to a bowl game, the whole nine. I think he's tempered. I think that when he said at that ESPN function that he wants to get to a bowl game next year, that he's kind of set his sights on being a little bit more realistic. I do think that with the personnel enhancements and additions that we have, and hopefully we're going to secure a really good DC, we should get to a bowl game next year. But I will say this: if we don't get to a bowl game next year and we win 4 or 5 games, they are probably going to have discussions on how do we exit this situation gracefully.
All right, Phil. What are your? Go ahead, Phil.
So I wanted to piggyback off of what Griff said. I think he made a great point about being in love with the process, because it's about the destination, not about the journey. Because as you eventually get to that championship, you're not gonna always see that I'm gonna go from 4 wins to 12 wins the next season. It don't work like that. And if you look at how Arizona went, they won. They went 1-11. Then the next year they went 4-6, and then this year I think they won 9 games. And next year, they're already in the way too early, but they're in the way too early top 25. They're a top 10, 15 team on there. So I think if you're a Colorado fan, the future does look bright, but you have to be. I don't even say the word realistic, because realistic and Dion shouldn't even be mentioned in the same sentence. But you got to be honest with yourself about how high the odds are stacked against you. And as long as you're willing to accept that, then take that bet and run with it.
All right. So, Panda, did you have a follow-up?
Nah, I mean, I just feel that what you are trying to accomplish, Harry, defies the logics of football. And I am a
No,
super.
don't put me on no hot seat. I can defend myself. I'm
No,
not the one making proclamations. I'm
yeah,
not a
but
proclamation maker.
you can't get somewhere without making outlandish
Don't
proclamations.
explain it to me. Explain it to your coach. I'm trying to tell you. Don't.
But
give
I'm
me a
telling
seat.
you, I'm
Give it to
telling you,
coach,
what
not
he
me.
did is necessary to develop the culture and the mindset. They do not have that mindset that is possible currently. And we saw that when
Dion
they
don't
started
believe what
losing,
y'all believe.
So check this out.
they were giving up.
I get what you're saying, Panda. Sam, now I know you're I've listened to you and I love your takes, your views on Coach Kelly and
Yo,
Coach
they
Hart.
gotta take Penix out, man. This dude is
Yeah.
getting
So
Shador,
so
yo.
so I ask you, Sam, do you think that just from what you know now, and I know we have an unknown DC coming in, that you think that this team next year with the coaching staff they have now are going to be in those 8+ win category?
I was, you know what? I don't know. We might. Like but we all know. If you've been listening to me, you know I'm like super excited that Kelly is gone. So I think
Yes.
with my delusion about him being gone, I might have over projected. I do think though that we should get to at least a bowl game, depending on who the DC is. If it's this guy that people were saying that some guy that people are like super excited about, then yeah, we should get to maybe like 8 games. But again, I still have some concerns, and that's Coach Prime. You know, I just want him to know that we're gonna have to run the ball next year. We can't just put everything in on Shador's back and have him, keep the ball in the air. We got to run the ball. So if he allows this Pat Shermer or whoever to have more of a balanced offense, then yeah, we can get to 8 or 9. But if he has his hand in it to the point where he wants it to be pass heavy, we may not even get to a bowl game.
Where are you getting this analysis from that Coach Prime doesn't like to run the ball?
Well, because you know what? He gave us a glimpse of that. Remember when Shador went out all of the Utah game and most of the Washington game? Everything changed. We started running the ball. We got a trick play. Things were just done differently.
So one thing you might have to take into consideration, there was a different play caller. 1, 2, Coach Prime is known for running the ball. So to assume, and this is what I often say, some of the things we often echo, I can tell what chat rooms they coming from. I want us to absorb information and mirror it to what actually his history is. His JSU history is running the ball. His history overall is running the ball. This experiment of a first year, have to call it an experiment. We are developing in that understanding that, hey, it wasn't the best showing that we would have liked from the hype. But culturally, he runs the ball. He runs a balanced offense.
Right.
No,
I can't dispute with that. But Sam, apparently just asking you a question means I'm thirsty. So let me be thirstier.
Why you
When
keep
you
looking
say
at the
8,
chat, man?
when you say 8 to 9, I know that was hilarious to see that. Just asking a woman a question means I'm thirsty.
Man, stop letting the chat get to you, bro.
No, it
You're
wasn't getting
doing
to me.
good.
I just thought it was hilarious. I thought it was actually hilarious. So my thing is that when you say that though, have you like when you say like because I hear people say 8 or 9 wins, but it's like, have you done team to team comparisons? Are you looking at okay, probably not this game, this team's got this this team got this in the portal. I'm looking at this team where they ranked last year with defense, offense, who's coming back. Because it's almost like we're saying, okay, I see Colorado. So I'm asking, like, when you say we might have 8 or 9, is that
All right, guys.
having looked at the other teams?
Hold on. The final score for the 2024 National College Football National Champions, Michigan 34, Washington Huskies 13. That is the final score. We have to get that in there.
Okay, and I want to say this real quick. And
Colorado would have won.
And I want to say this real quick. Is that y'all believe it or not, the real championship game was played a couple of weeks ago in the Rose Bowl.
Valid.
Just being honest with you.
No, it wasn't. This was the real one. So
no, it was. It was.
Let's take on the data.
So why you want to diminish don't do that, man. The teams fought to get there.
I'm messing with you though. But seriously though, like Sam, when you're looking at it, is that a deep dive into the other teams, or is it that's just a gut feeling based on some facts?
I will say this: if you would have heard me about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was like, nope. I think they're only going to get 4, maybe 5 wins. and I got clobbered. People are like, oh my God, she's such a hater. She's a woman. She doesn't know anything. And I'm like, no. I'm telling you right now, Kelly is terrible. And Schumer is not all that great. And I'm not convinced that, Coach Prime is of the moment sometimes. So I was coming hard at the 4 to 5 wins, if at that. But now that DC Kelly is gone, we've upgraded. The upgrades haven't been like spectacular, but they've been much better than what we have. And we have a potential to get a really good DC in there. I've gone up. I did say maybe 8, maybe like 7 or 8. I put it this way. We should be getting into a bowl game next year. If we don't, I'm going to be like, he needs to go.
Who needs to go?
Prime.
Dion.
So you are
If
saying
we don't make a bowl
years?
game next year, then Prime needs to go.
Yeah.
Wow.
She don't mean.
Wow.
Sam don't mean that. She's joking.
No, I mean it.
So Sam, you
No,
understand
Sam, you
why
are
people critique you the way
So
they
that,
critique you
so
now?
that means you all are going to be happy with just 5 wins next year?
No, Sam, we are saying football. A coach going to a bowl game, and you came in giving us the analysis.
Yeah.
So how could you be at that position coming in giving us the analysis?
So
How
okay.
do you compare that to your analysis? You gave us data.
I got to turn my hat backwards on this one.
She gave us data. So explain to me you
Well,
understanding the data.
Okay, but this is the deal.
Mm-hmm.
They have to win 6 games to go to a bowl game, correct?
Correct.
At
Okay.
least, yeah.
So if they don't win 6 games, that means they've won less than 6 games, correct?
Correct.
Wait, what?
Okay.
What,
So that
what,
means
what
at
is the line of
most,
questioning?
yeah, a lot of questions is that means let's say they don't go to a bowl game next year and they only won 5 games. That means he's gone from 4 and 8 to now 5 and 7. And are you happy with that?
We understand the progress of football.
But that isn't that part of enjoying the process?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
It is, yeah. I say yeah, it's part of the process.
The
I
reason
would
why
like a better result, but
because
hey,
why would I want to support somebody who's having these upgrades on the staff, who's having these upgrades in his personnel, and we only win 1 extra game? No, I'm gonna be like, no, he's got to go.
what is your football program? What football
What happened
program
to the
did you like
whole
before season?
grace period? What happened to the whole we got to give him grace? Like, what happens to that? 2
What
years and he's
football
out?
program you like before CU? I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's the only one.
Hey,
CU's your first team?
That's it. You heard me. I didn't stutter.
Oh, snap. Hey, Harry, just real quick, let me just jump in before Sam comes for Pat and Sam do the dance, the back and forth. I just closing out that game, bro, you see how important that run is? You can shut folks down with that run. And that's that thing of you look at many of the teams, we all say air it out, but if you can just line up and run over somebody, that's key to getting in. I mean, if you see think about it.
So are you agreeing with me? I've been screaming the whole season, run the
Yes.
ball.
yeah.
Somebody's agreeing with me?
Absolutely.
And this guy is dying. And they kept him in the game. He got shadored. Isn't that Michael Penix Jr.?
Yeah, that's him.
He coming back or he going to the league?
He better go out.
He
must-
going to the league.
You can't take a punishment like that. You can't get shadored.
Yeah, well, if they know he was going to the league, they shouldn't have did him like that, though. They should have protected his draft stock, though. Yeah, if they know for a fact he was coming out, that wasn't smart.
But you don't
Just
play
as how we could
you don't
agree
play
that.
your number one QB in the national championship game?
Yeah,
you
but
play
bro,
for
you gotta
national
protect
championship.
your draft stock, bro. Just as we could all agree,
You make that decision not to play your number one in the national championship game?
bro. This is for the school. This money is for the school. You trying to go to the league? You don't want to affect going in within the first 10. That's guaranteed money.
Would you do that to Shador?
If guaranteed money on the line,
Yes or no? Would you do that to Shador?
If guaranteed first 10 pick is on the line,
questions on
yes.
this panel or what? I mean,
Right, well, if that's the case, Panda, then why is Shador coming back? when he was projected first round?
Because Shador overall has to show 3 things of improvement.
You contradicting yourself.
That's what
You
I thought.
ask me, why
That's
would
what I thought,
Shador
Panda.
come back? I'm telling you, Shador needs to show his ability to release the ball fast. He has to show his acumen in concept of how he hands off the ball for the run. He needs to improve in those 2 things. Currently, his ability to put up numbers exists. His ability to read the game exists. But to guarantee him being 1 or 2 or 3, he has to improve in those 2 areas.
Excuse me, if I can jump in real quick. Hey,
Sure.
listen, I got to get off. I got to get off this panel. We got some bad weather down here where I'm at in Georgia. Got to make sure the candles and flashlights are all good.
Man,
It's
that
been
mean it's
wonderful.
coming up
Been
my
sitting
way,
here.
man.
Yeah, I'm down here in Macon.
Y'all
So
about to go to Winn Dixie and buy everything out, aren't y'all?
no, it's only supposed to be for one day, so we should be good. But I just want to make sure I got the family situated. But it's been wonderful. Been on
Brother,
here for almost 4 hours. I
thank
appreciate
you,
you letting
man.
me jump on. The panel was great. I love you guys. Hope y'all have a wonderful night.
It
Take
be
care, man. Good
safe,
night.
man.
All right, be safe, bro.
Thanks,
So does
appreciate it.
anybody want to answer Sam? Want to come at Sam?
I mean, my only thing, if Sam's saying this is her first football program that she has chosen in the college circuit and expected to get rid of a head coach in 2 years, that unfortunately is not how college football works.
Well,
Any
my
program,
Well, my question is this. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. And maybe I'm being unrealistic. But listen, this is
Very.
why I feel this is why I feel this way. This is why I feel this way. If we only win 5 games next year, and we have Shador, and we have Travis Hunter, and all these weapons, and we've upgraded the defense, and we've got a better defensive coach supposedly, and we've got Pat Shermer, and we only win 5 games, and then the year after that we lose all of that. How are we going to get better after that?
because as Griff said, we have to build a program. And in building a program, there is no magic wand. That's why Harry has been saying the way how Coach Prime said it, everybody expected this phenomenal undefeated season. And us football fans is saying, hey, we understand the vibrato of Coach Prime, but it was not realistic. What
Right.
you're doing is
Oh,
going
wait.
above and beyond
Are you
that.
making me sound good now? Why are you doing this to
No,
me?
because I want to
So you
explain it
understand me?
to Sam in such of a way that we
No,
understand.
you're gonna say that you understood me, but you didn't tell me. You're gonna tell Sam.
Because she's coming from a point beyond my fandom. She's going.
But why you couldn't give me my flowers? You
No,
haven't given
you know better. You know better.
Sam was ready to put the man out the pasture. We don't win these. You don't win the game. We're going to win.
So it just
You're
took
out
y'all.
of
I'm
here,
trying
man.
to
It just
save
took
Coach
Sam to
job
wake
right now.
y'all up for you to start
You're
understanding
outta
what I'm
here.
saying. Dang, that's kind of weird.
I'm trying to save Coach job right now.
This is my whole thing though, because Shador, in my opinion, is a really great quarterback. He's a really great quarterback. I don't see us replacing him right away at that level right away. So we're going to lose Shador. We're going to lose Travis Hunter. We're going to lose, all these other really great weapons and an upgraded defense, and hopefully a great defensive coach and an OC. Well, I don't know. They may stay on. And if we can't get to 5 games,
Yeah.
you think I want this? You think I want to see Coach Prime? I mean, all of that goes away the next season. It
But
just
then,
does.
do you understand how the team is built, Sam?
Yeah, I understand how the team is built, but I'm also realistic. I mean, look,
If you
how
replace
many
your head coach, then you would
But
never
here-
get there. You
but
will
here-
be replacing your head coach every 2 years.
first and foremost, you got teams right now who have a really strong defense, strong offense, but they don't have a strong quarterback. And guess what? They're hardly winning games. And we're going to lose Shador after that period. So I don't know who the quarterback is going to be. And we're going to lose Travis Hunter. And yeah, I know there are going to be other people that step up to the plate. But that's the worst case scenario. If we only win 5 games, yes, I'll be calling for his head. I said what I said.
What you're describing, Sam, is going to happen to every single football program in the country.
You would be
The
getting rid of
only
coaches
difference,
every year.
the only difference
You
is
gotta go.
programs like Alabama, programs like Georgia, where I live at, programs like Michigan. They have a better recruiting class because the program has a better legacy, meaning that regardless of what coach goes there, they are naturally going to recruit. The coach is just a caviar on it. In Coach Prime instance, he's basically the school at this point because the school is
Yeah, Coach
known
Prime
for
is everything.
academics. The
You get rid
school
of
is
Coach
one
Prime,
of the
you get rid of
Can-
everything. You
Can
lose
I?
one of the
everything.
greatest schools in academics, in business, is one of the greatest in science. It's on almost on the level of Stanford. So it's really an academic school.
Well, it used
So
to be. They lost
But
all of that. Go ahead. Was
what's
can,
that
that?
Griff? Griff, was that you?
so
They lost their heat on the academic standpoint. But was that Griff?
yeah, that was me real quick. I just want to, talk to Sam a little bit about this. So listen, Sam, you want to hear something crazy? Coach Prime is going to, it's the program might get better once Shador leaves. Once he
Everybody's agreeing with
loses,
me tonight. What is going
what
on?
once
Little
once
bit, right?
Shador once Shador is gone, I do think they're going to win anywhere from 7 to 8 games next year. But once Shador leaves, Coach Prime can really get into his bag and teach. Because right now he's being a dad and a coach. He does a good job of separating it. I give him that. But he's a dad and a coach. And it's kind of hard to do both. Once Shador and Shiloh and Travis and he see his proteges go to the league and he's ready to start over again, I promise you he's gonna get into his bag. And that's when we're gonna see the Kamaris come up and all of the new quarterback that he got and all these other guys, and the team is gonna change and they might run the ball more.
But Griff,
But that
but Griff,
your line of thinking is anti Coach Prime though.
but even that, what Griff is saying also works
So
in
now you
Coach
agree
Prime's
with him
favor.
too? What is going on tonight?
Huh?
What what
You
is,
talking to Panda?
But I can say this. I'll say this really quickly. It's not. I actually know me. I'm the queen of Google. I actually Googled this. It's not uncommon for coaches to be fired after a second season if they had went 4-8 the first season and 5-7 the second season. And I can give you examples of that. It's also not. It doesn't happen very often. Does not happen very often. But there have been situations in D1 football where a coach is fired after 2 seasons despite winning reaching a bowl game. So
But
again,
you
yeah,
know what the difference is with all that though. None of those people that you looking up was Coach Prime. He brought in $90 million at the end. Even if they went 5-7, guess what? It's still going to be an exciting 5-7.
what do you mean
Believe
90?
that.
113. What we get 90?
I'm sorry, my bad. I don't want to put this. You right, Harry. You
Hold on, bro.
113 million. Hey, he bringing in buku money, and tuitions had went up as far as people signing up to go to CU.
Well, first of all, tuition in every department and the schools around CU. Just so, and I got receipts for that. I got parents who have kids at the school hitting me up and letting me know that.
Also, we just got you talking about Coach Prime's pedigree. He's been a winner all his life. He's literally won. What did we talked about earlier?
Please don't say the gold jacket because then everybody's gonna throw up on the
Oh,
panel.
no, I ain't talking. No, I'm not.
Dennis
I ain't
Channel,
gonna
don't do
I
that
promise
again,
you.
man.
I promise you, I will not mention. I will not mention the gold jacket. But let's start from all the way from intramural football.
Intramurals.
Intramural, listen up. Intramural, high school, and college.
Intramurals. He goes all the way back to intramurals.
At every stage in his life. So,
Wow.
I don't expect him to fire. I mean, it's hard to fire somebody with that kind of a resume. It really is. Plus, like you were saying earlier, all the money he's brought to Bolton, millions of dollars, brands, people developing brands. That would be really, really hard to.
So Willie, I'll say this. Remember we talked about this on the show on the TLP live show remember we talked about this, and let me go ahead and put my TLP live graphics back up just for those people who don't tune into the show. So listen, Coach Prime is not a guy that you fire. Coach Prime is a guy that makes a decision to move on. Because I think somebody said it best. Somebody said he builds legacies. He doesn't inherit them. All right? He builds legacies, he doesn't inherit them. And Rick George understands that more so than anybody else. So all of this talk about Coach Prime leaving, that's not, we shouldn't even be entertaining that, to tell you the truth, because Coach Prime is not the type of guy that gets fired just because
we're not entertaining. Sam said she wanted to fire him. That's why we're here.
But that's why we're pushing back. That's why you have different panel members. They have, and it's cool for people to have their different opinions. That's fine. But then
I was just saying it over to some people in the chat. They didn't understand.
There has to be a real-time rebuttal. Coach Prime is not a fireable guy because he builds legacies. It's not even close. Like his stature, the things that he does, it's not even like a discussion whether you fire him or whether he chooses to leave. We shouldn't even try it. I don't know.
Harry, somebody asked in the chat, what legacy did he leave at JSU? Could you answer that for them?
Please.
Yes, I can answer that. I can answer that. Do you want my Liberian accent or do you want my American accent?
Just being myself, just ask that question. So just answer it for him.
No, but I'm asking you, do you want me to put this in my Liberian accent or keep my American series accent?
Go in and out like Busta Rhymes.
Okay. You crazy, eh? Let me tell you something. let me tell you something. If you crazy, when they say no relevance to relevance, that's one legacy. Zero relevance to relevance, that's legacy. So let's not be crazy, you ball. What kind of stupid thing you talking so, man? Okay? When you go from zero to from debt, okay? You're not nobody know you, nobody care about you. And now the world is talking about you, even when we're talking about every platform talking about you, that's called legacy. Is that good enough?
Let me add on to that.
Don't add to that.
Because I want them. I see they really going on in the comments about it.
The reason why I made it as silly, I just kept it simple, is because the question is silly. So leave it alone.
No, but it's more than one people in the comments. I want you to really go in.
Don't worry about it because you would never appease them. It's not about appeasing them. This is a trap question. Remember that.
Because one of the things people overlook, JSU got uniforms like suits. JSU got Under Armour. Like, can I go on?
Hold on, Panda. The fact that they even brought up JSU in this conversation proves the point. They already made it. Why is JSU even on their mind?
Good one.
Because Prime was there. That's why.
Good one.
Yo, I'm telling you, the more we go into it, the more it's irrelevant. Because if you don't know it, if you don't know what we're talking about, then the question is always going to be asked. It's just like Yard Man saying, what has he done? He ain't done nothing. We just leave it alone. He ain't done nothing. He never did anything there. Just leave it alone. Think to yourself, where was JSU before Coach Prime?
It wasn't.
I realize some of them really want attention. I'm gonna stop looking at the comments.
It wasn't in nobody's chat. JSU wasn't in nobody's chat. It's in everybody's chat today.
Not in the national media every single time that Coach Prime does something. It was never there. So let's just take that question and let the answer to that question be the answer.
Facts.
Where was JSU before Coach Prime? And then that should suffice. Hey, well, guys, let me get your last word. What did y'all think about this game? DC Carson, what did you think about the game? And do you think that Coach Prime would even be on that field? Last thoughts.
All right, I think that game it was what I expected it to be. Pac-12 not very good on defense, and but yet still has some offense. Michigan did well. I think Coach Prime is not even good enough to sweep the floor of the field.
Thank
I'm
you.
messing with you. I'm messing with you.
I
I
think
think
DC
Coach
be
Prime to
saying
be
what he
fine.
feels and then
No.
covers it up. I really
No.
feel DC be saying what he
That's
feels and
that's
cover it up.
that's how you deal with the Prime fans. Don't you know that? I think DC's a smart dude. That's how you deal with the Prime fans. You gotta color them a little bit.
No, I think that's a great aspiration. They've got some work to do, definitely in the trenches. But I think this is a good start. That if you start looking comparison, just take a moment and take a look at the teams. You'll see where there's room that Colorado can match, and then of course it's like if put it like this, and then I shut up. And
It's your final thought, man. You got the mic.
if okay, I got it. If they're not gonna run that doggone ball and get to that level, then I mean you got to realize in a game like this, once you got to a point where you can't do nothing but pass on a defense like that, it's over. It was over. So you cannot just be that all passing team. You're gonna have to be able to run it down somebody's throat.
All right, Mr. Willie Style, your final thoughts. You got the mic, man. Say whatever you got to say. Does Coach Prime stand on this field? Is he even ready to be on the field like this?
Oh, he's more than ready, man. He's more than
Uh-oh.
ready.
We gotta
He's the
believe him.
reason, Coach Prime is the reason that I started paying more attention to college football. At one time, I didn't like college football that much. So now I'm doing my homework. I'm studying. I think Sam's studying a little bit harder than me, but I'm doing all kinds of
If you want to take a
research.
shot at Sam, she coming for you, bro. Be
I
careful.
know she is. I know she is.
Man, this Sam is
Oh,
my
yeah.
boss. I'm afraid.
But listen, I've I'm doing more research now. I'm excited about where Colorado. I'm in San Diego, and Colorado is like I think just north of me. But I'm excited about Colorado. Oh, I'm excited about this panel. Hey, man, meeting you guys and meeting new people all the time, and it's good. It's a good thing. And this panel, one other that I talk to sometime, man, very very good. Harry, it's an awesome thing, and I've learned since I've been on this panel and talking with you guys, I don't take none of this stuff personal no more. Because you know what? I'm millions of miles away from all y'all.
Yeah.
I don't take none of it personal.
Good for you. You saved yourself a heart attack.
Well, why you getting mad at them? I don't get mad at you guys. I just say, hey. But thank you for the platform, man.
Panda, oh my gosh. Try to keep it short, brother. You got the microphone.
You sure you don't want me to go last?
You didn't even mention not one thing. You came in straight swinging, and you didn't even mention, you didn't give us anything about the game if Coach Prime could be on this level at all. So let us hear it, please, in your final statement.
Man, I like to disrupt the order, man. That's why I like coming on Fridays. I don't like to
the order right now. Tell me what your thoughts are. Can Coach Prime, based on, did you even watch the game?
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much said like Griff and Phil, which is unheard of for me to agree with Phil, is at where we at the moment. We don't have the guys to compete with a Michigan. I think is an illusion that we chase, and I think is one day we can get there. But presently, even with the new guys we have coming in, we're not at that level. I say give us 3 years. I count the year that we just came out of. So give us 2 more years. We be in the playoff. Will we win in the playoff? No. But we are building a program that could do that. Overall, I think we going in the right direction. We definitely going in the right direction.
Okay. All right, Sam, you got the microphone. Tell me if we belong on this stage, if you see anything without firing Coach Prime in your first statement, please.
We will, you know what? We will eventually. I think that I agree with some of what other panelists have said. I think we're maybe 3 years off. If all goes well, if we continue to build on what we already have, we get better in the trenches, bigger in the trenches, and he hires the right people. Absolutely, we could be there. And I just want to end on this note. People, I do believe we have enough talent to get to at least a bowl game next year. That is my expectation. But I will stand by what I said.
With that.
Yeah, but I will stand by what I said earlier about if we don't, then yeah, I want them out. But that's just
you getting that axe, right?
Yeah, get that axe.
Who would you bring in?
I'm actually bringing me. I think I could probably do a pretty good job.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
First time coach Sam.
And this is a first time choosing a team too, right? So imagine.
How much money you think Sam would bring to Boulder?
Probably. You know what? I would attract so many haters. People would hate watch. So you never know.
Yeah, you will probably be like a William Hung.
Yeah.
All right, Griff, thank you for being a first-time panel member. What are your last thoughts on what the game that you just saw? If Coach Prime can even be on this level, how far will he get? What are your final thoughts on tonight?
Well, I want to say I appreciate everybody on the panel. You for having this platform. You do a great job as a host and controlling the panel.
Thank you, man.
Keeping us in the right direction. So I appreciate you. I think the game was won in the weight room and with the meal program.
Ooh.
The quarterback for Michigan probably didn't even throw for 100 yards tonight. That was just big bodies moving people that were smaller than them and the running back just running up the field. Mm-hmm. So eventually I think Coach Prime will get there, but I just give him grace because I know he's building a program from scratch.
Man.
And that's where I'm at with it. So I give him 3 to 4 years. I think he'll get there at some point, but it won't be with his kids, unfortunately.
I would say one quick thing, Harry. If anybody from this class get into the NFL, if anybody from this season get in the NFL and then added on Travis and Shador, it helps his recruiting class. So we need at least 4 people to go to the NFL.
That's a fact.
What's your son play at now? You have a son, D1 son?
Yeah. He play at Pitt.
Okay. Where?
Pat
Yo, we need him, man. Send him over there, bro.
So don't start nothing. I know what you're doing, Panda. Don't do it.
I'm trying to recruit, man. Send him over there.
Don't do it, Griff. This fan base, you don't want to put your family through that.
Nah. That's all good. We locked in.
It's like a political arena. You don't want to go through that.
We got NIL money, man. We got KFC money. What's up?
Stop playing. Stop playing, Panda. So, listen, I know y'all had your final thoughts already, but from what y'all took away from this, I'll give you a second final thought. From what y'all took away from this, guys, can somebody write Coach Prime and says, you see what the running game can do? Do any of y'all think that Coach Prime watched this game? I know they're there, right? Because Shador was like one of the biggest celebrities at the pregame festivities, right? So they're there, right? Coach Prime is taking all of this in. Do you think he's going to learn anything from how much Michigan ran? Did they even throw the ball once?
They just ran that thing, man.
I don't remember Michigan throwing the daggone ball. They just ran it.
Harry, who would you choose coming out the back? Pause.
Coming from, you talking about running?
Yeah.
Well,
from the room.
See, I'm an NFL guy. So
you like big backs.
I'm an NFL guy. So what I would do, I would take Auto, right? I would take Auto and I would run Auto not straight down the middle. I would shuffle him out. I would do the same thing with Dylan Edwards. And then I would take Wilkerson, that beast, that monster, and I will put him on a third down as a third down specialist. That's what I would do.
Griff,
because
same
that's what
question.
the NFL did.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Same question, Griff. Griff left already?
Nah, what's the question, bro?
Who would you choose coming out if you want to run the ball like Michigan, given Colorado back room? How would you use the running backs?
I would use McCaskill. I'm going with McCaskill. And then I would put Like I like Dylan on those little swing, those little out. Like I just don't think they did enough strategically to help them out running the ball. Like screen passes, RPOs with Shador. He can run a little bit, and he was stinging teams when he was running the ball. And get him out of the pocket so they just can't key in and pin their ears back. But I would get McCaskill to kind of be the battering ram, the bell cow up the middle, and then use the
So
other
you could
guys
run
like on the perimeter.
McCaskill down the middle?
Yeah.
Okay.
DC, who would you use as a running back?
I'm undecided about that. That because it's you're looking at you want that speed if you're going toward the edges, as well as power going up the middle. So I'm undecided.
Yeah, I
But
don't know that
if we're
McCaskill.
going
I don't
edge,
know that
Dylan is better running
McCaskill
off
is
the
a
edge.
running down the middle type of guy. I thought Wilkerson would be more suitable. I would sweep McCaskill because he's such a elusive back. I would. He reminds me
Versus
of
Dylan?
Barry Sanders.
Sweep McCaskill versus Dylan?
No, I would sweep them both.
Okay.
I don't trust his size as a run him straight down the middle type of guy. Those two guys, I don't trust their size. Wilkerson has that size, he's beefy enough to run down the middle.
But we could say Warwick Dunn used to do it. Dunn used to get under there.
Did Barry Sanders ever run down the middle?
He did, but not like that.
Didn't they sweep him out a lot?
Yeah, I mean, he ran a lot of like stretches, like off tackle stuff and counters.
But what I'm saying though, Warwick Dunn run down the middle too, though.
Yeah, he
Warwick
did.
Dunn stature. Who has Warwick Dunn built?
What's his name? Edwards.
What?
But I mean, to be honest, Dunn had bigger legs. He was short, but like I don't know if you ever seen him going like that. Dude, muscles is big, bro. Dylan got to be bigger. Just like Griff said, the guys really need more weight room, man. They really undersized.
Well,
to run him in the middle like that, like a Warwick Dunn.
I know one thing. Let me look at the camera when I say this. Coach Brown, man, I love you. I love you to life. Brother, you better be playing a run, bro. That's all I got to tell you, brethren. You better be ready to run. I know your son is going to be okay, but you better be ready to run.
I got $5 to say he run the ball.
Can I say something?
Of course.
I said earlier that they didn't run the ball this season, and I got clobbered. So basically, you're echoing what I was trying to tell the panel, that we didn't hardly run the ball this season.
Oh no, this panel knows me. I'm the run guy. I've been screaming.
We didn't run the ball.
I've been screaming.
Actually, you all are wrong. Actually, you all are wrong. They run them like 76 each. 76, 74, and 51 carries each. So to say they didn't run the ball isn't really accurate.
Yeah,
No,
we got the tablet.
They didn't run the ball. Good night,
That's what I'm saying. A lot of people
you
say
refused
things.
to run the ball in 2023, and that was a lot of our woes.
I would say this. I would say this.
On that, good night. Panda, go to sleep. Panda, take your butt to sleep. See you refuse to run. Get out of my...
Panda do have the data.
Yeah, I don't play with Coach Brown when it comes to the data part.
You refuse to run. Good night.
But Sam is right. We could have run the ball more. I'm gonna give her that. She's right on that point. We could run the ball more.
So good night.
I agree.
Good night, guys.
I agree. Good job, man.
Oh man. Peace out, guys. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm out of here. I'm Harry B. Peace out.